Good morning, everyone. Can you hear? Okay. Go to the opening prayer. All mothers and beings, especially those enemies who hate me, obstacles who harm me, and those who create obstacles on my path to liberation and nations. May the experience of happiness be separate from suffering, and the civil way establish them in the state of unsurpassed, perfect, complete, precious Buddhahood. All mothers and beings, especially those enemies who hate me, obstacles who harm me, those who create obstacles on my path to liberation and nations. May the experience of happiness be separate from suffering and severely. I will establish them in the state of unsurpassed, perfect, complete, precious Buddhahood. Dalai Dam Varasi Peda, no Varasi Pege, Karpa Dan Tam Je Jembe, Parada Ju Parase Ba Tam Je Je Zo Se Pe, Manam Ka Dan Nyambe Sim Je Tam Je Dewa Dan Di, Donghara Dan Jar Nyor De Lana Me Ba Yang Da Para Zo Pe San Jo Rumbo Je Do Parasa. Thus, Andra, achieving enlightenment, I perform virtuous deeds with the body, speech, and the mind. Until death, I perform virtuous deeds with the body, speech, and the mind. From now until this time tomorrow, I perform virtuous deeds with the body, speech, and the mind. We take refuge in the Kandaru Lama and the lineage Lamas. We take refuge in the deity of the mandalas of Yadams. We take refuge in all the exalted Buddhas. We take refuge in the perfect Dharma. We take refuge in the excellent order of the Sanghas. We take refuge in the noble Dakas, Dakinis, and the Dhamma Gardens, possessors of the eye of wisdom. Andra, in the heart of enlightenment, take refuge in all the Buddhas. I take refuge in the Dharma and likewise in the example of Bodhisattvas. As previous Buddhas invested in enlightened mind and the progress on the Bodhisattva's path are true for the benefit of all sentient beings giving birth to bodhicitta, and apply myself to complete stage of the path. Until I attain the heart of enlightenment, I take refuge in all the Buddhas. I take refuge in the Dharma and likewise in the example of the Bodhisattvas. As the previous Buddhas invested in enlightened mind and the progress on the Bodhisattva's path are true for the benefit of all sentient beings giving birth to bodhicitta, and apply myself to complete stage of the path. Sanjo Nimboran Chije Par Sanje Nam Lai Jab Senche Chudan Sanjo Sambaye Solan De Yen Jab Senche Chadar Menje De Sheji Sanjo Tongne Jibadang Sanjo Sembe La Bala De Dar Yen E Badar De Yen Rola Pendon De Sanjo Semne Jije Shen De Yen De Ne La Bala Rumba Yen De La Baraje. In the Buddha, the Dhamma, the Sangha most excellent, I take refuge under enlightenment reach. By the merit of Janarasta and other good deeds, may I attain Buddhahood for the sake of all sentient beings. And the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha most excellent, I take refuge under enlightenment reach. By the merit of Janarasta and other good deeds, may I attain Buddhahood for the sake of all sentient beings. Sanje Jidan Sojen Jonan La Sancho Bardo Dane Jab Senche Dagi Jin So Jibe Sunam Ji Drola Bensere Sanje Drabare Jo. May all Mother Sentient Beings, boundless as the sky, have a happiness and the causes of a happiness. May they be liberated from suffering, the causes of suffering. May they never be separate from the happiness that is free from sorrow. May they rest in equanimity, free from attachment and aversion. May all Mother Sentient Beings, boundless as the sky, have happiness and the causes of happiness. May they be liberated from suffering and the causes of suffering. May they never be separate from the happiness that is free from sorrow. May they rest in equanimity, free from attachment and aversion. Manong ka nyam be sim jin dam je dewa dan deve jodan den bara george dongara je jodan rawara george dongara me be dewa dan rawa george nirin chadan yedang jarwe tanyon la ne bar george. Go to short mandala offering. And the ground is sprinkling with the scented water, and the straw with the flowers. It is adorned with the meadow, the spread mountain, the four continents, and the sun and the moon. As Buddha fell for it, may all sentient beings attain the happiness of the Buddha first. To the lamas who possess the three kayas, I offer the altar and the secret offerings with my body, word, and that all is visible. Please grant me the supreme realization and enlightenment. Whatever merit I have gathered through postrations, offerings, confession, rejoicing, beseeching, and praying for the sake of enlightenment of all sentient beings or desire dedicate. Om Guru Rena Mendra La Punza Munga Samandra Sawarana Samaya Hom. I call refuge on the name of the world. Your fame provides the 3,000 words. You are the victor of Arjadara with wardrobe. I bow at the feet of Father Injecting Songo. Continually I will think of no one but you. Compassion one grant your blessings. Dispel the darkness that surrounds my heart. Please bless me so that I can realize the unliberated nature of mind. Please turn the way of the Dharma of the true vehicles and the combination according to the disposition and likewise the mental capacity of sentient beings. Manjushri, page 32. The long press to Manjushri. His wisdom is brilliant like the sun, free of the clouds of the true words, and perceive the various steps of knowledge in the true nature. For this reason, he holds the wisdom text at his heart. He has compassion for all beings who suffer from the darkness of ignorance in the presence of samsara, as a father for only son. Like a thunderclap, he awakens those who are sleeping in ignorance in the losing the charm of karma through the 60 branches of harmonious speech. He wields the wisdom sword to cut the settling of suffering and to dispel the darkness of confusion. In the Bodhisattva form, he is pure from beginningless time, fully accomplished in the 10 levels and perfect in the body of all knowledge. I supplicate you, Manjushri, adorned by the 112 sons of Buddha, to dispel the darkness of my ignorance. You who are the perfect, youthful body, whose flame of wisdom blazes, and dispel darkness of all ignorance, I posted before you and praise you, Manjushri. At the heart chara is a sun disk on which stands among syllables surrounded by the mantra, circling clockwise. In golden light, lighted from the mantra, evoking all the blessings and ornaments of all Buddhas, which dissolve into monosyllable. Again lighted and transform the outer universe into the pure verse. Tange duje shaje reisen rong yinje medo deje bunjang ba serje lembo tawar jipek shaje jarbe shala zorwan de dorje chanchen de lo naro dang marpa mala chuje gambo pa pamo chupa jarwa indi gongpe kaju lama namla zorwa inde Rome chuje yenje bogang ne te zong sanje kenje ngo nye ransem chige ngong song dong zebe sawe lame shala zorwa inde Good morning, everyone. So we're going to continue the Bardo from the yesterday. So yesterday I shared with you the most important is the Guru Nyada Uzor, who has this dream yoga. And then his younger brother, his name is Dorje Jamsing. So he is the Bardo being. When he was 30 years old, so he passed away. So his older brother, Nyada Uzor, looking him to in the Bardo. So that's the main point. Is like this. His story is. Then in the Bardo, they have a couple of people's names. So other is. If you remember, it's okay. If you don't remember, still it's okay. The most important is Guru Nyada Uzor and the Dorje Jamsing. Then they also mention about Amala, his mother. So the mother also is not the ordinary mother like their own mother. Actually, it's Vajja Yogini. It's appeared to in form body is their own mother. So the reason is Dorje Jamsing. Before he passed, so he has a Sheto empowerment. So he also practiced Vajja Yogini. That's why Vajja Yogini protected him in the Bardo. So his seeing is his mother, but form body is his mother, but actually reality is the Vajja Yogini. So you have to understand that. So now we are yesterday finished page mostly. So the yesterday the topic is like the discussion is Dorje Jamsing has so much fear and sadness in the Bardo. So his brother Nyada Uzor wanted to help him, and he told the Dorje Jamsing, you don't have to, sad, you don't have to suffering. I can help you, He told him what are done, all the practice, Dharma, that all I can give it to you, dedication to you. So that's his brother told the Dorje Jamsing. Yesterday we finished there, Today, so then Dorje Jamsing, he going to reply to his brother again. Yeah. So his brother, he created Sheto Mandala in his monastery. That's also he told his younger brother, I give it to you, that dedication, virtuous deeds. And also he hired Gechi, the Lobzang 1 month chant Manu Mantra practice, that all the virtuous deeds, he told his younger brother, I give it to you, dedication to you. And also what I'm doing, all practice, give it to you. Also his family in the, left behind, they're all doing practice Dharma. So that's all come benefit to you. You don't have to worry. You don't have to suffering in Bardo. So main point, he told him, you have to single pointedly focus, meditate, single pointedly, visualize Prema Sambhava. So you can reach into Prema Sambhava's pure line. The reason is Bardo beings only mental form body, they don't have physical form body. So that's why they have their capacity. If they really know how to practice right, then they can use that practice, they can reach to the pure line. So his brother told that to Dorje Jamsing. yesterday. Yeah, we finished it there. So no, Dorje Jamsing replied, no, he said, no, my may stay in the human realm was too short. He said, no, he don't want to go to Buddha, the, Pema Samba Pure Line. He said, when I was in the human realm, too short. Because when he was 32 years old, he passed away. I'm not satisfied. See, he's not satisfied in the human realm. My human life was too short. I wanted to stay longer than that. Actually, I could have stayed longer than that. So he said he wanted to stay more longer than that in the human realm. But he said he can't stay more longer than that. There was one girl, Sumo Tanchoma. So that name, the girl, her name, and due to her, I wasn't able to stay very long in the human realm. So the reason is this girl get disease. So first in the village. And then that affected, like see, many people, 20 people died in the village, 100 recovered from the disease. So he is in one of the 20, group who passed away. So he's saying, this girl bring to disease in the village, that's why I died. Actually, I can stay longer than that. So main point, his life is no end. But he get obstacle. That's why he died. When we die, there have two things going to die. One is 100% your life is end. Then whatever you do, you cannot rebate again. Life. You cannot do anything, change the situation. Another is due to the obstacle. So he said he get obstacle. That's why he died. His life is no end. So that's why he wanted to go back to human realm again. I had a dharma. I have a karma to stay longer than that. See, he said, I have a karma to stay longer in the human realms. But due to that obstacle, because of the disease obstacle, I got the disease and died. I'm so disappointed. So he said, I'm really disappointed. I can stay very long in the human realms, but due to that obstacle, I'm dead. And I wanted to be reborn into a human being's body. I also want to be reborn into a pure family. So he wanted to reborn human family and he wanted to reborn pure family. If he wanted to reborn human beings, it's easy to reborn because due to his karma, but he looking is pure family. He's not just looking in pure family. That birth is very hard to find, means like very hard to find the pure family home. It is the same as God. I had that kind of birth. So the good family's birth is just hard to get. It's the same as he said gold. Gold is like main point is precious like that. That is an example. I was born into a pure spiritual family, and I had good brothers. So now he's talking about his past life. He said, past life, he reborn to the, spiritual family, and he has good brothers. That means his brothers, Nyeda Uzo, who meet in the dream, That is his brother. He said, I have a good birth, good spiritual home. I have a good brother, Due to your kindness, brother, I didn't accumulate no virtuous deeds. So when he was alive, that time, his older brother, Nyeda helped him to, share the teachings. And so due to him, he didn't did no virtuous deeds when he was lifetime. During that time, I didn't think about wanting to practice the Dharma. So when he was alive, he didn't practice the Dharma, but he received some teachings from his brother. I truly regret that. So now he's in the Bardo bank, he said, I have regret that. I didn't stay long enough with my parents and brothers. I didn't have time to stay too long. I also regret that. See, he has regretted that when previous life is too short. That's why he wanted to go back to human form again. That time was much too short. That is why I am so disappointed. So previous life is very short time he died. Like means when he was 32 years old, he died. That's why he disappointed. No, I cannot find the same birth as my previous one. Wherever I look, I cannot find a human like that. I had that birth and I wasn't able to keep that birth. So he cannot keep because due to obstacle he passed away. No, I don't have anything, and no, I have to find that, but I cannot find it anywhere. That is the hardest and most difficult to endure, and I am very sad. So he looking same is his previous, human birth, his previous life like that he looking, but no, he cannot find like that. So previous family is his brother is Nyadauzer means practitioner. He also teacher. He's sharing this all the teachings for others. So the Nyadauzer is actually also the we usually if you know maybe Tertung is he is the Tertung too. He's discover things. High realize the teacher. So no, he looking something like that kind of family, but he cannot find. I'm still really wanted to take birth in that kind of family in a spiritual home. As a spiritual teacher's son, I'm dedicating my practice for that. I still cannot find it. I am still wanting on that. So he's still looking kind of like that birth. He cannot find, same like that kind of, home to rebuild. Something he has obstacle, he don't want to reborn to the, pure line. Maybe also that is due to his karma. Another is because due to his obstacle and attachment to human being, birth. So that's why he cannot reach to the pure line. If he really wanted to go to the Buddha Amitabha Pema Sambhava pure line, then in the Bardo, his brother, he taught him how to do the practice. He can do that, he can reach to the pure line, but he don't want to do that. Then my brother started crying. See, so Dorje Jamsi, who was a Bardo Bang, then he said that, he shared that, then he remembered his previous, life and regret, he crying. And his mind was very upset. He looked incredibly sad. I asked him. So then Nyadas Uzo asked him again. Guru Nyada Uzo telling him, where is your daughter, Tarahu? Did you meet her? So he asked this question. This daughter also passed away, the same time they're together. When they get disease, the Dorje Jamsi, he passed away. That time also his daughter also passed away too. His daughter name is Tarahu. So now his older brother asked him, where is your daughter? Do you meet her? Dorje Jamsi, he, replied, last month, I meet her in a big gathering place, means in the Bardo, in the Bardo, many people gathering. So that place, he said he meet his daughter, that place, gathering place. We meet for a short time. He just meet short time with his daughter. Then after that, I didn't know where she went. So he don't know where she went because Bardo beings don't have capacity to gathering together, if long as you have good practitioners. That's yesterday, someone who has a Bardo Tudor teachings, Sheto empowerment. So who practice the Dharma in the lifetime, they can gathering in the Bardo. They can do something, practice in the Bardo. Other beings, no any opportunity. They don't have a choice. The same is like, see, the bird's feather, like wind blowing, bird's feather. They just come in wind blowing. They cannot be together. So he meets very short time his daughter, but then she is disappeared. He don't know where she went. She was missing, gone. After that, I never found or saw her again. So he didn't meet her again. Then my younger brother was filled with sorrow over missing his daughter. So he also thinking about his daughter. He showing sadness again too. And he began to cry. He began singing a song filled with sadness. And he picked up his bundle of wood, placed it on his back, and sung these words as he began traveling on the path again. So he get that bundle of the words, put in his bag, he left again. Then his same time he's saying these words, use the singing, like song filled with sadness, song, he's saying this, joy, joy in the human realm. So because he's attached to the human realm, he thinks human realm is really enjoy. So that's why he's saying this, joy, joy in the human realm. Sad, sad in the Bardo. So sad or suffering, suffering in the Bardo. It is short, my life so short. So he's talking about the previous life, his previous life is so short. Very sad, sad that I cannot be with my family. So he said, I'm very sad because I cannot be with my family, like his previous family he's talking about. I have no freedom. Yeah, when you get in the Bardo, no one has freedom. So that's why he said, I don't have freedom. Such lateral freedom means like in the Bardo has very lateral freedoms. Such lateral freedom. Maybe some Bardo beings has, but mostly they don't have freedom. So then this is also, he's sharing his experience, his own experience. But individual Bardo beings has different kind of their experience. So this is just, we see the one person go through the Bardo, he's sharing his own experience. If you talk to like 100 Bardo beings, the individually has different kind of feelings in there too. So that is just generally. Guru Nyada Uzur. So then he told again, please wait. I have one question for you. Did you meet Yamaranja, the death Mara? So he asked question is about Yamaranja. The Yamaranja is we call Death Mara, is king of the Lord Death. So he asked him, do you meet him? Have you seen him? Have you gone in front of him? So Yamaranja is, usually the Yamaranja is like king of the herons. Then those who have actually accumulated, negative deeds, so they see him is very, very wrathful and terrified. So who has accumulated positive deeds, then they see that Yamaranja is a kind of a Buddha, so he can help them on the path. So that's also actually Bardo beings has individual own experience. That's they see that kind of in the Bardo. Yesterday, we have the Chateau empowerment. So this Chateau or deities actually within our own mind. But when we die, this deity is separate from our mind and the body. So then apart to the form body, who has Shadow empowerment, Bardo teachings, they recognize that all is our own emanation. Then who don't have Bardo teachings, who don't have Shadow empowerment, they recognize that is separate from us and that's all terrified. That's it. This is the Yamaranza, Yamaranza. It's who is the torture beings in the Bardo due to the individual own karma. So that's why in the Bardo Tudor teachings also mention about the Yamaranza. This Yamaranza is dependent actually our individual. Some saying Yamaranza means our Yamaranza is actually our own manifestation is Yadam deity, but who has negative deeds, Yamaranza is the king of in the hell realms who give torture for other beings. So that is all in own experience. Then Dorje Jamsi replied to the, Gorinjada also. No, he said, no, he didn't meet Yamaranza. I haven't gone to see him. So if I go into the hall, means like the big hall, the pouring into the many beings in there is who go to the lower realms. So he said, I think I can meet him. If I go there, he said, I can meet him, but I never went into there. I am too scared to go there. I can't even go close to the hall. My mother protected me. So his mother protected him. The mother told him, don't go there, And that's why I don't need to go there. Most others don't have freedom. Because they don't have freedom, they don't have a choice. They're just, karma blowing into the hole and going to the lower realms. No one has a protector. See, the other people didn't have protectors because they don't have practice Dharma in the living Bardo. So that's why he recognized other Bardo beings. No one has a protector. They don't have freedom, and they don't have the opportunity to avoid that. Of course, they cannot avoid that due to their karma. There is no freedom there. That's why all these beings are going into the west hall. So he see that, he recognized all these Bardo beings going into the big hall and going to the lower realms. So even they don't want to go, they don't have a choice. They don't have a protections. And then due to their karma, they don't have freedom. Everyone is born being pushing in there. See, it's karma pushing into the lower realms. And there is no opportunity to turn back. So then no one can coming back in. Like if the karma falling into there, they cannot returning back. So example, like same is saying that everyone is in the highway, highway in the Dhabi, you cannot turn back, right? So like that, in the karma blowing, who has negative karma, there everyone is falling into this big hole is going into the lower realms. They cannot returning back. I'm ready. Then he said, I'm ready to go. Then my brother began singing a sorrowful song again. So he shared that he ready to go again. He just yesterday I shared with you this Bardo beings cannot stay too long one place to same as us because they don't have independent freedom. Then my brother began singing a sorrowful song again. This big empty dark hole means like many beings going into there. So scared. Karmic black wing imprints are so fast because that's so powerful, so fast. Everyone don't have a thing about it. Just everyone is just falling into there. So in the human beings, okay, we can think about it, we go there or not. Before you go into the highway, so you can think about I go take highway or not. But this Bardo beings no choice like that. They just don't have a capacity, anything thinking about I go there or not. Just falling into there because it's so fast. Karmic black winds imprints are so fast. So this karmic black wing means like negative karma is so fast, so fast. The cause and the effect imprints are so hard, the same as fire. So then, it's a cause and the effect, the result is so hard, same as he say fire, very hard. No one has friends, going everywhere alone. So that's, in the Bardo, no one has a friend. The Bardo beings, they're going everywhere, they're alone. They don't have, the gathering someone together to go together and the companions. They don't have companions. So that's why he's saying going everywhere alone. Going everywhere alone. All these Bardo beings have left everything behind. Left everything behind. When they die, they have to left everything behind. So yesterday I shared with you, Bardo, when we die, we cannot take anything with us. See, only this comes with us is karma, positive karma and negative karma. So positive karma is our protection when we are getting the Bardo. Negative karma is harm for us. So that's he's sharing here. All these Bardo beings have left everything behind. No virtuous deeds are so heavy. So he's singing that song, singing a sorrowful song that my brother picked up his bundle of wood and then he started walk on the road again. I follow him and called out to him again. So his brother ran after him again, he poured again him. Guru Nida was just told him, hello, I can help you, however much I can. Don't despair like that. Don't say it like that. You can find a pure family in the human realm. So now he going to help him to find the pure family. The Dorje Jamsing, he don't have a karma to reborn to the pure lane because due to his attachment. So his brother cannot have that. So now his brother going to help him to looking spiritual family for him. You can find a pure family in the human realm. In your future life, you can connect with the Dharma. So the pure family means who connect with the Dharma, that is the pure family. That's very hard to find, connect with the Dharma. I will pray and make dedications that we can meet in your future life. Don't be sad. You don't have to worry. It is not only you that goes through this. So he's sharing, teachings. This Bardo is not only come to you. This Bardo is for everyone has. So long as we have a birth, we have a die. Long as we have a death, we have a Bardo. Long as we have a Bardo, we have a birth again. So that is all called cyclic existence. So think about one day. When you wake up, it's the same as birth. So then whole day is the same as living. When you go sleep, it's the same as die. Then far sleep, dream is the same as the Bardo. So then when you wake up, it's the same as a birth. We have one day this cyclic existence. So then life is go longer. We say like this Bardo and birth and death is we say one lifetime going through. That is we thinking about a very long way. But actually 24 hours we go through all the time. So long as you have a dream, you have a Bardo. Long as you go to far sleep, you have death. Long as you can wake up, you can have a birth. So that's we have to understand. This all is individual experience. It's experience go through all the time. Then actually everyone, including me, follow like this. So Guru Nida also say, I also have to go through this Bardo. Not only you, every beings have to go through like this. This kind of situation happens for everyone, not only you. So you don't have to be sad. He told him, relax your mind. Relax your mind. Meditate on Chinrezek. So he giving teaching for him. Meditate Chinrezek. The in the Bardo also who practice, who meditate, they can have like more stable mind. When this Bardo experience arise, then they can record their own practice and they can use the meditation. Like if meditate shamatha, your mind may be very calm in the Bardo, you can have relax. Then you can recall again, this Yadam deity's practice. You can recall again your Mahamudra meditation. So the Bardo beings, they don't have that capacity because they didn't meditate, practice in the lifetime, during the life. So that's why when they get in the Bardo, it's so fear, scared, nervous, then they don't have capacity, mind is relaxed. So that's why Guru Nida was telling him, relax your mind, meditate on Chinrezek. Our mother can help you. Our mother who is helping you, that is Vajra Yogini. No, Guru Nida was telling him, it's not your mother, it is Vajra Yogini who helping you, it's Vajra Yogini. Through Vajra Yogini's blessings and enlightening activity, she will help you attain freedom and is protecting you in the Bardo. So she can protect you in the Bardo. She is your refuge. So he told him, take refuge to Vajra Yogini. That's long as you take refuge in the during the lifetime, during the living Bardo, then in this Bardo being Yadam deities also can help us because we have already take refuge to Yadam deity. So you can call again that in the Bardo. He told him, she is your refuge. Pray to Vajra Yogini and ask her to blessing you and watch over you. So she watch over you. Chant aspiration prayer to Vajra Yogini. I also practice Vajra Yogini every 10th day. I pray and dedicate this Mary for you. So that's the Guru Nida was told, giving, teaching, suggestions to his younger brother. So release his fears in the Bardo. Then Dorje Jamsin, he replay again, this his Bardo being. Actually, in the Bardo, it is extremely sad. So he said the Bardo is extremely sad, and there is so much suffering. That's the reason I am saying these sad things. And that is why my voice is filled with sorrow. Comparing myself to other Bardo beings, I am much better off than they are. See, he's sharing the, with his brother, like very sad and unhappy. He feel very suffering, but he really telling that actually he has more freedom than other Bardo beings, comparing, So he just kind of represents the other Bardo beings suffering. He's showing for his brother. He said he has a much better opportunity comparing to other Bardo beings. The reason is he has Vajra Yogini protection. He has already Bardo, Sheto empowerment. He has Bardo teachings before he alive, in the living Bardo. So that's helping him in the Bardo. I am much better off than they are. I have more opportunity and peace than the others. You did a fire puja. You did a touching liberation practice. That really helped me. So he recognized, his brother doing this all practice. He received that. He said, you doing that really help for me. So he told that. And it is also helps other Bardo beings too. So can you please make tata from my dry ash and bones? So that is he request to his brother. His body has ash, so he asked him to make tata, use that his bone, ash, make tata. Tata is actually stupa. We create with mouth earth, and usually we create the big stupa and the hundred tatas go into the stupa. So next 2 weeks after, I think 16, I think this month 16 to 21st, I have consecrated the stupa in Mexico. So we have more than 1,000 tatas already created. We're going into all these tatas in the stupa. That time we're going to use the live, zone, so you can see the tatas. So sometimes in Tibet, like who can afford the rich people, build the stupa and create a big stupa for the who pass away, representative who pass away. So that's like that for dedication, virtuous deeds. And the same like that here, Dorje Jamsi also he records to his older brother, make tata for his ash. Then inside the tata put the touching liberation and the 7 lifetimes Dharma pure Jibding river. So he also told him in the tata put the touching liberation inside the tata because his ash is in the tata. And then also he asked the put in the Jibding river means 7 lifetimes Dharma pure is we have another Dharma pure. So they have a long story. 7 lifetimes means during the Pema Sambhava time he created that. They have a long story. Like someone like never eat meat 7 lifetimes. So then when the young boy and pass away, so the Pema Sambhava found that body, and he knows like that body is like precious because that person he never eat meat 7 lifetimes, and they created the Dharma pure, and so that is called Jibding river means like 7 lifetimes. Jibding Jewadeng Tibet is 7 lifetimes Dharma pure. So also you can have this Dharma pure from Garchen Rinpoche he usually given. So that is also representative to that. That also helps. The confession practice also very the confession practice also very helpful. Then another prayer has called confession. So confession to 36 Buddhas, the prayer. So he said that's also very helpful. Please chant that prayer. Then he was ready to leave and was able to cross the water. So he ready to leave, cross the water. The 3 of us, myself, Dorje Satar, and Dorje Jamsing. So myself is Guru Nyada Uzur, Dorje Satar is another his brother, and Dorje Jamsing. So actually the mother told him cross the river, bring with Dorje Jamsing together. So mother told already like beginning the story. If Dorje Jamsing he really said he really wanted to born, bring him to cross the river. So the mother told already Guru Nyada Uzur, no, they're going to cross the river. Began to cross the long black river together. The 3 of us went to the chapkar. So that's also their own mother, like actually body is their own mother essence is Vajra Yogini. She already told the beginning, bring him to chapkar village. Went into the chapkar. Where we saw our mother, they saw their own mother. Amala was chanting the Tara prayer. Our mother was waiting for us beside the river that flows through Chapkar village. So they crossed the river and the mother also waiting other side of the river. And she chanting the Tara practice, prayers. Amala told them, I come to receive the 3 of you here. She just stayed on the bank of the river and put the dry sand on her body and was doing Tara practice while she waiting to receive us. So she waiting to them. Then we crossed the river. We went to another area, crossed the river. So then also they went to another river again together. And then I wanted to go to Tsikar village. Then he wanted to go to the means like Guru Nyada Uzur, he wanted to go to Tsikar village. Then Then at that time I woke up. So he wake up that time. So now you can see the main point is he have him to reborn into again. So the cross the river and take to the village. So he going to reborn to their village, but we don't know which kind like he get the form body. Probably he get just some good home, spiritual home, cross the river. And he woke up then. My body was shaking and the tears were come from my eyes. So then when he woke up, his body is shaking, tears is come from his eyes. My mind felt sad and empty. Then right away I practiced the Bardo Tidor, hearing liberation and touching liberation. And then did the Molam practice. Molam means like dedications. With lots of dedications, then right away I wrote down my dream, wishing that it would benefit many other beings. So he right away write down what he has the dream. So this dream actually give you all the Bardo's experience, sufferings in there. And then he give you with the story what we have to preparing during in the living Bardo. When you get in the Bardo, what you have to do. So that's all, guideline is in this teaching. So this story is Tibetan writing. I don't have words like words by words translation. I use the Tibetan the text and I share with Amanda. So use my English. She wrote down English. So kind of this is not really word translation. It's kind of more explain where to translate it. That's why still not yet too comfortable to share with you. So we're going to maybe create this is like commentary way to sharing with you rather than rule text translations. If I say this is a rule text translator to share with you is like not that way exactly. That's why not comfortable to share with you. So when I'm done and I can work with Amanda, so put all this kind of commentary way to share with you, then it's easy. So we can say this is a commentary for the Bardo, this story. Otherwise, if I say this is a Bardo's, like what exactly the root text translation, then not exactly stay word by word. So that's why not comfortable to share that way. Okay, so now you have teaching. So maybe couple weeks after you can receive. When I get time and work with Amanda, she can help. And thank you, Amanda. So you did this write down English and or the editing everything. Make perfectly. Just go through easy way. Thank you very much. So now we finish the time here. And I think you have to stay in the same zone. So Rinpoche coming into the zone so we can receive the Phowa teaching. Thank you, everyone. Tashi Delay. Okay, so I want to share with you short information. So today we have many zones actually. You're seeing where you are, maybe seeing 400, 300, 600 people. But then we have like that, another like groups. We created 3,000 English speaker zone groups. So that's why 1,000 because people registered to the Chateau empowerment. And then where the zone group is the group is like different mandalas. We have different mandalas groups. And me mandalas same, but branch mandalas we have many. Then there has translation groups. The translating like Chinese translation. Rako is doing Chinese translation, and also pray for his mother. His mother is like it's a dissolution, so he doing translating the Bardo empowerment and these teachings. Then Susu is translating in the Vietnamese zone group. Then who is the translating? Another Sophia, I think she translating Spanish group. and then Sasha translating to the Russia group, and then I think there's a couple of translators. I don't know everything, so that's I'll share with you. We have many different zone groups, branches. So same as the tree. One tree has so many branches, right? Actually, one essence. So like that. Thank you. Rashidale Rinpoche, good morning. Yoga Dele. Please unmute Rinpoche's Zoom. Tenimar Rinpoche Zoom de Gegant go Jagido, they go Serochida. This Rinpoche's Zoom is on mute. Please, someone open the Rinpoche's Zoom is on mute.
It is unmuted.
Can you hear us now?
I think it's GBI.
Can you hear me, Khenpo?
Maybe can you do the unmute Rinpoche?
I can hear Ina. We could hear Rinpoche before, but I'm not hearing anything now, but he is unmuted.
Khenpo is muted.
I'll take it. I'm sorry, maybe it's a GBI Buddha stream. Does that need to be unmuted. That's not unmuted.
Can you hear us?
그 고급보다 rinpoche 그 송 고무도
I think Rinpoche song Koma song.
오, 작업 소소는 저게 들이실 보셔서 밑에 참마를 좋게 되래.
고급보다 rinpoche
다작할 좋게 삼체들이 참마게 리바 참마 다시들 너무 상가야.
we cannot hear right
너무 상가야.
We can hear now.
Can you hear?
We could be a minute ago, but then it's faded.
So you could
But
hear
he
me.
is unmuted. The GBI Buddhist Stream and Garchen Institute are both
Same, right?
not muted.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear? Could you hear Rinpoche? Okay.
오,
Right.
아하.
So Rinpoche said to all the Dharma friends in the Sangha, especially Khenpo Rinpoche, everyone around the world, good morning. And all the Sangha who is joining in the live stream, and Ashidele, Namo Sangaya.
들이 작업을 거니 너무 상가야 되나. 잠배 랭게 기록 요새 못하지. 기록의 요리도 때 상가래. 쭉 참만들이 작살로래.
Namo Sangaya means to prostrate. I prostrate to all the Sangha, and actually everyone in the world who has a religion is actually a Sangha. So it's an homage, a prostration to all the Sangha.
보통 제제 뭐 삼지체 뭐도 뭐 순나요 지자지 제지체가 삼살로 답하는 자자에게 제외에서 올려서 제가 저같이 출라 상한달로 돈을 줘는 라바달라라도 정가다 봐요 이제 견눌러요 상살로 또 진짜 제대로 나로 상 바바미라 주제 강도 파모주 받자만 정보 가줄라만만서 안돼 오늘 취재 잡아라네 그래서 사실 그 정보원이라도 조금마다 거기 저빌라면 잡아서 안돼 수선동안 전다 주진 체인야 소매 뭐 좋아 길어서 습기도 저저 다 지나다 봐 주제는 더 살아서 그리더니 주로는 말했더니다 포악거리셔다 시야리 그랬더니 저도 포악지바리다 기록 망실이 요래 상하나 이 포악지바들이 축구 포악 롱구 포악 축구 포악서 포악 레나바섬 섬리 이 대시에 영나들이다 땅에서 뭐하 가게 출가래나들이 참아더니 추탐지 포화래 포자 가래들 포화는 담나서 뭐 십지다지 나기 니지당 될지니 로가를 줘라 참대 바탕지 들이 포사 강래에는 들이 내가 더있좀 들이 대면 들이 사실 것은 그 시간 닦고 시간 들이 다 받아 니가 냠대요 봐 들이 죽고 시간 들이 잡아들이 나버리는 매일 됐더니 물을 보채대 죽고 시간이 제가 정말이 제가들이 다 받아 이 요리 때까지 들이 남을 예지 사바 점점 무슨 몇개 통하는 봐 통치지요 봐 대신 감는 시간 초로 차기 요리 점점 무슨 들이라고 면 통로 봐 대회는 들이 나버리는 죽고 시간이
So today, Dharma friends, I'm going to share a few words on the Phowa, the transference of consciousness. And generally, first of all, Phowa exists in, not that the teachings on Phowa exist in all the different lineages or traditions. And we say that there are three kinds of Phowa, broadly speaking. And that is the Dharmakaya Phowa, the Sambhogakaya Phowa, and the Nirmanakaya Phowa. And actually, generally, no matter what Dharma we practice, sutras or the tantras, no matter any religion, any Dharma, anything that we practice is in a sense also a Phowa, which is a transference. So who transfers? it's all the sentient beings who are sunk in the swamps of samsara because they grasp at the duality of self and other. So they wander in the 6 realms of samsara. So they are the ones that need to transfer. And then what is the destination of transference? Temporarily, it is rebirth in the 3 higher realms, and ultimately one transfers into the Pure Lands, the nature of the Buddha's 3 kayas. And then we have the Nirmana Kaya Pure Land, where the pure and the impure coexist. For example, this world, this planet, Jambudvipa, our human world here, where we live as precious human beings, is actually a Nirmana Kaya Pure Land, where the pure and the impure coexist. And the reason why it actually is the most supreme Pure Land, this world is the supreme Nirmanakaya Pure Land. It's because in this world we can directly see the workings of karma, cause and effect. So that's why this world is the supreme Nirmanakaya Pure Land.
Also, Zabating Mayor Yang, Tilling Korean Damla Soda, Tilling Hoa, Keganam Chitung, Tela Sova, some person with the way, Tela Sova, Korodumi, Dile, Simba Dole, Lord Chisel Dole, 3 Tabaran the joke, 3 of the song. 3 Southern Castle Carm, Dobala, 3 Chugor Chupati, Yam Poire, Porcari Pegado, oh, don't call it in a Saxon person with me, the last one called the way, Tantina, 3 of the song with the Gubata, 2 last one, Yamsalama, 3 the same Talato, 3 take around, don't you do Injap, 3 days of it, damn Poire, or Porter days of it, 3 days of it, 3 Tata Mateli and Pimba Dori, 3 Kios Margin, 3 Shara, Tata Poster or Tami, or Mishes or Poa Goreti. They man Poashi, but don't margin any, they will cook up Sola. They're Poa, oh, Tata to Tabi the Washina, oh, nonsense to me, the Tani Jetaba. Oh, the music is the Pataki or is. They are the Sancho service one is. The Sancho Yasto, the music mark young. They talk the young, oh, they are the Talato. No, Poati, but don't make it in the Deval, then Roat. The leaders are doubling, but the Chayana, or the Ram maybe Jacob, the Raman of Jacob, Matun Chedon, the Basic of this and what or quite an old what it is or it's not doing it to me, Miss Other Pantogo, though. That was a quite child or it.
So in this world, this human world, also sentient beings, of course, are, even though it is an Nirmanakaya Pure Land, we are also, sentient beings are also sinking in the swamps of samsara. And as human beings, for example, we experience a lot of suffering, especially the suffering of birth, aging, sickness and death, and so forth. And then we experience the suffering of accumulating things and then protecting them and increasing them. There's a lot of suffering in samsara. So here in this human world, we have an opportunity to turn away from the attachment to samsara, to turn our mind toward the Dharma and to enter the path of liberation. And by, for example, becoming ordained and taking vows, the 3 kinds of vows of Pratimoksha, the Bodhisattvas, and the Vajrayana. And for example, even if you take the refuge vow, whatever vow you take, it actually also is a Phowa. It also is a transference in a sense, because basically anything that is beneficial is a Phowa, it's a transference. So we recognize, for example, that in samsara there is only suffering, and we suffer from accumulation, from protecting our wealth and increasing it and so on, and renouncing all of that. People, for example, seclude themselves to an isolated mountain hermitage or a retreat and so on, or monastery, and practice there, and focusing their body and their mind on practice. And in that way, they accomplish the benefit of others and themselves. And actually that too is actually Phowa in a sense, because after their life is coming to an end and they are transferring to the next life, they are transferring to a better place. So normally, what we consider to be Phowa, most people think that Phowa is when somebody dies and then the consciousness transfers. So people associate Phowa with somebody's death, but it's not only that actually. Phowa or transference basically means to transfer from a place of suffering to a place of happiness, and then to find a method to do that and to use the opportunity to do so, that is also a transference, a Phowa. For example, if you're receiving the refuge vow today, then you learn that all suffering comes from your own mind, and you accept whatever suffering you experience, and you know that I am purifying my negative karma. And you also learn that all happiness comes from a mind of bodhicitta. So then with this knowledge, you will develop bodhicitta and you will purify negative karma, your suffering. So it is a skillful means, it is a method to attain liberation. And so we can say that any method to attain liberation really is actually a Phowa practice, a transference, because Phowa or transference really means to transfer from a place of suffering to a place of happiness. And for example, we even see that in this world in just a mundane sense. There are some countries who experience more freedom, independence, and then there is other countries that have less freedom, less independence, and then we can see the striving towards independence. There's a general striving into this particular direction. So people generally strive to be independent and free. And that's also a transference. So from being controlled to independence, from suffering to happiness. Basically, this is how we should understand the meaning of Phowa. We experience difficulties, we experience suffering, we are in a place of suffering, and we are transferring to a place where there is no suffering, where there is well-being. So this is how we can also understand this term Phowa or transference.
딱 그래서 말이에요. 직접 먹더니 토리기 대화 탐색했더니 대화도 너무 지마마도더니 대화 코나 토지 요 말이지 매일나 저 물을 못 지는 동네 강에 마자리 다 동네 친구는 거요. 제가 난저라서 봐. 그랬더니 동네 탐색하더니 타로 보고를 산속 때문에 보고를 좀 보아서 사기 종디들은 포함하고 그러지 누가 지양 자식이와 보통 속과시라고 선의 용서 듣던 사기 때문에 라게 선대 대화가 저거는 처로고 그랬어. 누구는 나디지 동네는 대요리 나디지 우리 대라람이 동네 저거래. 저 산속에 이제 로는 서성들이 들이 람파로도 스마트 데리들이 그러라는들이 내가 보이게 되어서 타속 사지에 공방 토바들이 되라 타속 사지에 토바 kopte 사지에 포화가 좋대 나디게 나오 나와되는 오 때문에 일 피고도 세진삼이 니게 사비로 되래 지금 포화가 좋대리 저 사속세면 포화데 나디는 EP Lord part of Dokosanji, EP simply to the name of Dade to the Jongari. Pota to me, you go. Oh, the makers of Dadi is the Dadi Lord in the Talitany sound, the make sound, the Dadi, Tidani, sent the Tani, EP Lord on the solar, didn't pour Chodama, Dere, to more what they that's the community. They water, they were just on the budget to Zambia. Raw red progress in the Kang watch it. Send the only lazy only tell they want to do it or they want to do it judge community. Something to me, these two good, sharp, the two they are or there are things that the joint for Carchibori, so lay Jumji, Shivaderi, Jumji for the Tadar Musimo, Yipping Lord go to Sacho Central Boche, Sacho Simboche, go but in Poa and Cho that the jump for that was some tongue, Tatali, Poa, what did it took already? Tamusi, 60 of the Dewater de John. They were jockey, the Osam. Santi till Nigam told you, dear, and Tato Saji, Compang Masabot, the Tomagiva, Bardo, Tomagiva, Foriston, Bardo, Adrikia, Selamambola, Flamideti, Tomagiva, Saji, Compang Toba, the Tao Sumati, Sanso Sendi, Sanso Sendi, Chot about the Telam Yingati, they want to do it just they got Tato. Near they want to go, probably just in talk. They from they don't want to jump over the Santi go for Kang, but jump to Santi, they don't go a child or just to walk on the Santi don't need Santi to them get used to it. Santi got it up so. Oh, that's true, true, got it. Ye feel it always. Said the Dandi Mato Yomari Dandi. Nimorate, Yimping or the Dadi, your money. The Dadi, Chitam Chena, the Jimmy Chitam Chongo, or Jimmy Lord Chitam Chena, Dadi, my Chongo, Chichung, the Cardi, Rangi Pamatan, Jerry, Shen, Mother Point, she, Mava, you tell her, don't you? Three man of Father never done some shade. Sabat Sabi Parmati about this, Sabat and Nijiti, Gongos of the Poor Chote, that was the sound of the Joy Poor, the Santos of Goni, the Ministry of Poor and Chote.
The Buddha himself, he having realized the perfection, having accomplished the perfection of wisdom, he taught that now in this world, for example, human beings in this world, even though we are born in the higher realms, which is considered to be a realm where we experience more well-being, but still, even in such a world, we experience both happiness and suffering. We will never achieve only happiness. So even as precious human beings, we endure a lot of suffering, a lot of hardship. We never really separate from it. And many people experience a great suffering. And then, of course, there is the suffering of birth, of aging, of sickness and death, and so on. And so poem is to transcend all suffering, to go beyond all suffering. And that we can actually also call the causal Phowa, the Phowa of the cause, of creating the cause of transference. And the supreme cause is to cultivate bodhicitta. The Buddha had said that do not commit any wrong, perfectly practice virtue, completely tame your own mind. This is the Buddha's teachings. So the mind needs to follow, to transfer to the cause of happiness, the cause of virtue, and in this way go beyond, transfer from the cause of suffering, which is self-grasping. Naturally, the mere fact that there is self-grasping means that naturally there will be suffering. And on the other hand, if you cultivate bodhicitta, an altruistic mind, you transcend suffering. So with an altruistic mind as the basis, then we transfer by practicing the path of the 6 paramitas. And as a result, temporarily, we will experience the happiness of the higher realms and ultimately attain the state of enlightenment. So that's the supreme Phowa. So it is to transcend this notion of me, this self-grasping, and to replace that with a wish to benefit others, to separate from self-grasping. So when you feel great compassion for all sentient beings, that's the supreme Phowa. It's the bodhicitta Phowa that transcends self-grasping through the altruistic mind. In the 37 Bodhisattva practices, it says, all suffering without exception comes from wishing for one's own happiness. The perfect Buddhas arise from the altruistic mind. This really is the root of Phowa practice. It is to recognize the seed of suffering. The seed of suffering is self-grasping. And that is what the mind needs to liberate itself from. And the best way to do it is through the altruistic mind. So the altruistic mind is the supreme Phowa, or it's the ultimate, the actual Phowa. We say that may beings have happiness and the causes of happiness. All sentient beings in the 6 realms of samsara have a mind. And because they have a mind, they also have a body. And because they have a body, they experience suffering and also some happiness. So what is the cause of even the slightest happiness? It is, of course, love. And the greater your love, the greater your wisdom, the greater your happiness, your well-being. So the causal Phowa is what's most important. And that is really the karma Phowa, the karma cause and effect Phowa. And that means to recognize the preciousness of altruism, the precious bodhicitta. So that really is the supreme Phowa. It's the causal Phowa that you should really think about carefully. This is really where Phowa practice begins. So we say, may beings have happiness and the causes of happiness. The cause of happiness is love. When you have that cause, you will temporarily experience the happiness of the higher realms and ultimately attain enlightenment. It is virtues in the beginning, in the middle, and in the end. It is virtues in the beginning, when it first arises, we experience, it gives us happiness, well-being, and it is virtues in the middle, because beyond this life, as a result, we will take birth in the higher realms as gods and humans and experience happiness there. And it is virtues in the end, because it leads to final enlightenment. So bodhicitta is the supreme Phowa, and it is the only cause of happiness, temporarily and also ultimately. And it is the foundation from where we actually begin any Phowa practice or any practice at all. So if you practice Phowa in the very beginning, like with any other practice, we first must take refuge, and then we cultivate the motivation of bodhicitta. So when we take refuge, who do we take refuge in? The Buddha said that we take refuge in the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. So what did the Buddha say? The Buddha taught the Dharma. And what is the Dharma? The Dharma is the altruistic mind. Right now, there is only self-grasping in our mind. And the antidote is the altruistic mind. And they are like mutually exclusive, which means when you cultivate an altruistic mind, then naturally there will be no self-grasping. And conversely, if you cultivate only self-grasping mind, there cannot be an altruistic mind. So they kind of cancel each other. Now one destroys the other naturally. So we cultivate love first, and we begin with remembering the kindness of loved ones, for example, our parents, anyone that has been very kind to one. That's why we always bring to mind the love between a mother and her child. And then we think that all sentient beings have been our mothers. So we cultivate love until love and compassion become immeasurable love and compassion. And that is the supreme Phowa, or it is the causal Phowa. the Phowa of karma, or it is the bodhicitta Phowa. The cultivation of bodhicitta is the supreme Phowa practice.
They are the supplement, they did the poor church, they did me, but one did me, but someone you marry, Domator, the eight of the Domator, Araya can't so to the way, or tell you. So now the carry sounds of the certain Jimba, certain Juba, through the Tela, so what don't the Motia, Treasure Motor, Jumba, Trim Tower, edge. Oh, the tomato had it at the Pamela, the Pamela, you know, Jackie Pamela, Pamela, materials, the Hagan, you don't want to for it, but it's already. Some of the you know, you get pounded, immediately drugged it. Johnny don't have to do them, wash it over. Oh, what the super married. Data rate is a half on three, and what and something over it.
So the causal Phowa, the Phowa of karma, and that is connected to the Nirmanakaya poem as well, because the Nirmanakaya is connected to immeasurable compassion. And so there are actually four immeasurables: immeasurable love, compassion, joy, and equanimity. And now, for as long as there is self-grasping, there will be the afflictive emotions. And the moment the four immeasurables arise, we have the cause for self-grasping to diminish. So in this sense, it is a Phowa, a transference related to the cause. Actually, it is said that a person who possesses immeasurable love and compassion, that actually becomes the Phowa for them when they die. Then for them, actually, it's not even necessary to practice any other Phowa than just that love and compassion that they have. Because it is through love and compassion that one creates the perception, the appearances of the Pure Lands. So it is just according to how it is said in the 37 Bodhisattva practices, where it says that it speaks first about the cause of taking birth in the three lower realms. So the cause of taking birth as an animal is ignorance. The cause of taking birth as a hungry spirit is stinginess or greed. And the cause of taking birth in hell is hatred or anger. So the seeds, the causes for birth in the three lower realms are stinginess, hatred, and ignorance. And Jigten Sumgön had also said that cause and effect is the natural manifestation of one's moment-to-moment thoughts. He said that in the Gongchik. And now in this world, we can directly see the various manifestations of karma. And through seeing that directly, we can develop trust in karma. Now, when you understand that, you will feel that I do experience suffering and I do not want to experience suffering. For example, also in the 37 Bodhisattva practices, it says, even if you have not done the slightest thing wrong, if someone were to cut off your head, you would take on that person's negativity, that person's misdeeds with compassion. So that is the practice of a bodhisattva. So it does happen sometimes that we are wrongly accused, even though we have not done anything wrong. People accuse us and we are abused and we are harmed in many ways. For example, we have to go to prison even though we haven't done anything wrong. So how do we feel in that moment? Normally we feel that this is unfair. I haven't done anything wrong and I'm in prison for however many months or years. So normally we would get angry because we feel that we are treated unfairly because we didn't do anything wrong. But then what is the cause of being accused wrongly, even though you haven't done the slightest thing wrong? It is because of past karma. It can only happen because the accuser and you share a karmic connection from previous lives. It is that if you wish to know what you did in the past, look at your present body, your present life. So right now, karma is coming around, is coming back. So even though we say that we haven't done anything wrong, whatever suffering we experience is the result of things that we have done in previous lives. So we have done something wrong in previous lives. But then if we don't understand that, then we feel wrongly accused, we get angry. And if we keep getting angry over and over again, then we are over and over again creating the causes for taking birth in hell. So if one understands karma, then in that moment where that happens, then you would think about karma, and you would think that this is because of my past karma. This is my karmic creditor. It is said, if you wish to know what you did in the past, look at your present body, right? So now I'm purifying all my negative karma. I'm purifying my suffering. So that's a good thing. So even though right now I haven't done anything wrong, I didn't do anything to harm, to hurt that other person, I am still wrongly accused because we share a past life karmic connection. And when you understand that clearly, then instantly your hatred, your anger will just go away, and you will actually rejoice in the purification of the negative karma. You would see it just like kind of healing a disease by undergoing a surgery. And instead of developing greater anger, what is transferred into your mind is bodhicitta. Because if you hold on to anger, you are creating causes for birth in hell over and over again. So you are actually deepening these propensities for going to hell more and more. So if you know karma, you will instantly recognize the fault of anger, and you will cultivate love and compassion, and you will rejoice knowing that you are purifying your negative karma by experiencing suffering. And actually your trust in karma will even increase. And in this way, you free yourself from hatred. And so that is the Phowa of cause or of karma, understanding karma. And it is to transfer from this negativity to the positivity of bodhicitta and the 6 paramitas. Understanding that the 6 afflictive emotions are what lead to the appearance of the 6 realms of samsara. So through this Phowa, you develop great trust in karma. And right now it helps you to cultivate, to transfer bodhicitta into your mind stream. And that's really the most supreme transference. It's to cultivate bodhicitta. So in brief, to summarize, it is to recognize that whenever you encounter difficulties, to know that this is my karma. And that's actually, that knowledge is actually Phowa itself. That's the karma Phowa. And now we have the freedom to recognize that and to overcome that. And to overcome it by recognizing that it is karma, and then by cultivating bodhicitta and immeasurable love and compassion. And if that really arises within your mind, when immeasurable love right now arises in your mind, then actually, even if you would go to the 3 lower realms, first of all, you wouldn't go to the 3 lower realms, but even if you would, even the lower realms would appear like a pure land to you, because your mind is full with love and bodhicitta. And then likewise, it is also said the other way around. If you have those with a negative mind, even if they go to Akanishta, the highest pure land, they would see it as hell, as a lower realm, as suffering, as misery. And so it's all really the way we perceive things, how we see things. That is really what makes a pure land or the lower realms, the lower states of existence. So actually, if one understands that, if one understands karma, then even if one goes to the lower realms, one would see it as a pure land. One would see it, for example, as like a hospital where the sentient beings are healing or purifying their negative karmas and their obscurations. So you would see it really just like a pure land. So the mind is really what's most important. It's all about, it all depends on how you see things in your mind. Nothing really exists inherently external from your own mind. Everything that you perceive really is the manifestation of your own karmic imprints, your own mind, it's your own perception. And if you understand karma, then trust in that increases, and you will make a greater effort in cultivating bodhicitta. So that's the supreme Phowa, and that Phowa needs to be practiced continuously, each and every day. It is just like each and every day you are washing your face and you're shaving your beard, and maybe you're putting on perfume and makeup and so on. So every day you do those things. And so similarly, every day you purify yourself by practicing generosity and ethical discipline, patience, diligence, and so on, which is just like getting your face ready and putting on perfume. So that's, for example, like generosity and ethical discipline. And then you're shaving and you're kind of like smooth, right? So that is ethical discipline. And that is diligence and so on. So in brief, these activities of purifying the mind continuously is what makes you be pleasant. These are activities where you give up harming others. Through these parameters, you give up harming others and you accomplish the benefit of others. For example, that is explained in the precepts of taking refuge. That really actually explains the practice of the Phowa too. So the Phowa is not just this one certain kind of Phowa, transference of consciousness, but it is really, in a very broad sense, all of these methods. And so here, this is the Phowa of karma, or the causal Phowa. And actually, it begins with that. And if your understanding of karma is really clear, then your practice of Phowa in general will become much deeper.
사야만 보면 로시바데 저기 대다고 고아터는 생당 로롱 대상인 거지 바리 지대에들이 최고 내력도 좀 하고로면서 최고 내력도 같을들이 주거지 대마도 받다면 들이롱고다 저거도 내가 들이들 저거 내가 봐야 돼 저거 코무나더니 로를 좀 참아되고요 대회는 조금 재미있게 보아들 내가 민당 마음이 개발들이 들이 감라 강절 때를 동바지 따뜻하려면 개비진이 민배 민대바탕들 쪼끄지는 강에 사촉세 시에와 탐지를 쪼끄라고요 나진 시에와 탐지를 호합하라고요 대회를 들이다가 로아를 독창을 쪼끄고 공선되고요 들들을 다들 장이하고요 사축세지 자세히 지어라더니 라마들 개비신이 데라서가 고요래 들이 다 뉴모가 시에지어라 다 로아를 내가 됐다고 있는 들이 다tuk 대식도 못했더니 콜라를 요 말에 베르니 성승제 수트거리들 미성승제 또뭐 세나 해당성 것을 그래야 돼 소리서든 아잘 차도 노차 아잘 차도서 소리서 엄청 로아를 차들지 유모가 레저를 멘탈 이제지 유모 계산 이제지 세대식이 뭐라 텔라즈는 사지 좀 되게 심지는 상제니 있어 심지는 사지 셈 이제 대식 유모데 요배 들이 내가 우무장 로를 좀 해줘 로를 좀 하지 가리 뭐 셈대식이 뭐 니스메 비시티라 들이 다기 이제 똑같아 들이 유모가 똑게래 들이 내가 들이 전 차롱도 차서 들이 되는 거와서 대외를 들이들 조금 재미 두기 보았으면 가자 마음이 유모바 톡톡 와타지를 들이들 라마 개비신이 답저 야랑도를 좀제랑들이 로치스도 와치랑도 좋아하시 들이들랑 고지 대한 포화 차도 오 차방 포화가 길이데 저 저의 포화 저 대도 하고는 좀 내리 지체로 들이다다디 저의 포화 들이들랑 그래 내가 그래 안 되라 바 메보관을 쇼트를 레박샤사 요래 레박샤 가레사 당고 시즈드 바디 랑게 생고 내룩만 통고 다지 니지요 텔레트리 뉴모버 바디 지 뉴모버 지하들 랑던 sem을 템도 요래 오 매절 다지 이제 코리 내 가레시 어떻게 미장보리 어떻게 상태 내가 버리 보면 때도 상태 양 상태 야 바로 그래 야, 저 노바들 코 자리지 다들 좋은 동네들이 좋은 뭐들이 텔레비전 시장들 차도 제요래. 저 차도 때도 저 박차도 거를 이제 대해서 들이 처음에는 들이 총가가로 오마로 자다 잠을지는 저 저도 가서 저도 배대다 내가 뒤지고 내가 로를 우자 로를 주면 로를 가지고 이뭐 로를 요소를甚至뭐 차들을 그래서 기타지 몰라 가야지 나도 도고 지하지 레벨 습 같은 신도요래 바로 도고 습 같은 신도요래 야만 지금 무슨 통마타들이 코마 된다고 다다지 중지 거들이 랍상 쳐 요거래 바로 습을 쳐가지고 다 뒤뒤 막차도 되게 좋고요래 오히려 로를 내서 버리 이제는 박차도 요만해 그래도 세고 내력들이 시바고리 다 쪼거리는 노를 줘서만 쪼거리 했지 그래 쪼거 될때 탑답한 하소를 되니 들이다 라는 게 이제 포와 좀 제가 포와 라게 됐다 라니 냠니 하 마오와 마토바 로바토바 가시게 됐다 또 와서 노마토바 소담도 어떤 집리티 요사레서를 제 탐지오는 소담도 와탐지는 그 마도보다 로바도 와탐지들이 다다 저 TV 투지 보아도 그냥 보아로 그 짜다 데라서와 음악 데라서 딱보시라서 봐 요디로 때잖아 그 TV 투지 보아도 포화를 요리는 이제 소가 포화되는 랑랑 포토고 랑랑 포 랑가 다다리 좀 랑도로 만들어 그냥 포화를 되게 많이 받아들여 들이다 배는 나디 쳐보지는 또 인지 쳐보지는 생지 쳐보다 인지 쳐보되게 다리 나디지 나디지 파용 토고요 이게 사바타 인지 그 사바체미 발 다니 가나는 사바요 제들이 동해 강에서 람다들 니게 제토고요. 제가 체미비 용띠는 되니 그래서 다 보았다만 나서 출록다만 나서 요래 그래서 보 탑다만 나서 요래 얘랑 보사도 받쳐드리다 사디야 밤에 탑제 쪽으로나 그래 가시들이 뒤에서 보고 남실라마 와서 보 초성들 선들라마 공대나 라마다 세미가 제가 보고 요만 죽을 보아도 대민아들이 라마 공이 요래 예담 공이 요래 제가 소파타벨들이 죽을 보아도 저 로가자 봐 로제리 요래 그럴 때라도 죽을 보아 체비를 두게 보아 야매들 이제시고 그래 체비가 사바체비만 이제 뭐나 이 빠르게 바로 거기 semnabarchipater pasi ijili menjadi berpemboso dari zogniti yorma lega mameliti por semmeliti mahi ti ngao nyama dana malam nagi ti do yore ti ngao nyama ti ngadi ta pachate ti sabade ni chibochi ti ke sem sabde sabde deva tada 저거 능이와들때 내가 토마토도 sem을 차라면 좋다고 제게도 어디는 이제 sabde 우리 제게도 그래도 리오 말들이 샘지 몰라들이 sabde 들이 다리 나디디 시작을 거기서 속셈 이제 돌아 그래 이제 이제 거래 내가 로버를 좀 많고 나오 너한테 파셔게 두 사속셈께나 들이도 되지 감나와 차도 그래 그 샘이 투기 모아도 화를 못할 때다 그래
So the poem, the Nirmanakaya Phowa of immeasurable compassion, is also a very important poem that we need to understand. And so generally the view is that samsara and nirvana are inseparable, indivisible. So that is to be realized. Also in the sense, in the context of the Nirmanakaya Phowa, on the ultimate level now. And so what that means is that on the basis which is Buddha nature, on that basis, everything is indivisible. And this basis, this Buddha nature, is all pervasive. And for example, it's like in the world, you might have millions of different phones, but it's one and the same electricity that powers all of these phones. It's the same source of power. So it's this power source that's all pervasive. And that is the mind, that is Buddha nature, that is all pervasive. So that mind is like electricity, or it is also like wind energy. So also it is that when you realize the nature of your mind, there is no higher learning needed than that. And that realization really is the Dharmakaya or the Dharmakaya Phowa. And then the Sambhogakaya and Nirmanakaya Phowa are mainly for those who have not realized that. And temporarily, especially, there is the Nirmanakaya appearing to us. And because it is said that the 6 realms of samsara are actually by nature all Nirmanakayas. So that understanding is related to the Nirmanakaya Phowa of immeasurable compassion. So we all are Nirmanakayas, all beings in the 6 realms. There's just a difference between, some are mature temporarily and some are immature. So temporarily immature and some are matured. So the Nirmanakayas, or the Buddhas, appear in whichever way necessary to benefit sentient beings according to their needs. So for example, the gurus, the spiritual masters, they are the matured Nirmanakaya, the ripened Nirmanakaya. And what is it that makes them be matured? It is bodhicitta. So we can say that all those with greater bodhicitta are the mature Nirmanakayas. And then all those who possess a stronger level of self-grasping, these are beings that we call samsaric sentient beings. But they're all Nirmanakayas, all beings are Nirmanakayas. Nirmana actually means emanation. So we are all emanation forms. Everyone is an emanation. And there's 2 kinds of emanations, basically, the maturity and the immature. And that is determined by one's level of bodhicitta, of one's altruism. So those who have greater bodhicitta, like the spiritual teachers, are mature, and the sentient beings who are afflicted are the immature Nirmanakayas temporarily. But ultimately, they also possess Buddha nature, and Buddha nature will never be spoiled. For example, also the sentient beings in the 3 lower realms are Nirmanakayas, they are turkus, emanations. And so what turkus are they? They are the turkus of, or the emanations of ignorance, of greed, and of hatred. And the beings living in the 3 higher realms are the turkus, or the Nirmanakayas, of pride, of jealousy, and of attachment. So these 6 afflictive emotions have created the emanations in the 6 realms of samsara. But the basis of all those afflictions is one and the same, and they all arise ultimately from the ground of Buddha nature. And that's why the Buddha had said all beings are actually Buddhas, because all beings possess Buddha nature. And the Buddha said then, however, they are obscured by temporary or adventitious stains. So beings possess a Buddha nature, but then what is obscured is their non-dual primordial awareness. It is obscured by dualistic thoughts of self and other, which leads to the 6 afflictive emotions. And that causes the mind to temporarily appear like an ice block in water. So this is what the Buddha called samsara, samsaric beings. And for them, there is the nirmanakaya Phowa of immeasurable compassion. And so, as we said, there is the mature and the immature. All those who are immature, these individuals have very thick layers of afflictive emotions. And for them, it is necessary that the spiritual teachers first train them in the understanding of karma and cause and effect. Not to try to turn their mind towards the Dharma and then to make that Dharma become the path. So that too actually is a Phowa practice. So actually the understanding of karma naturally is a Phowa practice. So it is the causal or karma of Phowa. Through this, one's trust in karma increases. And so then temporarily we do become unmindful, and with unmindfulness, we accumulate more karmic imprints. So what are these karmic imprints? And so first, the fundamental karmic imprint is the subtle obscuration or the cognitive obscuration, which is the obscuration from seeing the nature of the mind. And not seeing your true nature, you perceive dualistic existence of self and other. And that leads to this karmic imprint or the obscuration of the afflictive emotions. So then the afflictive emotions that arise in the mind, they are absorbed, like they dissolve in the mind. And so you mingle with them, identifying with them, and therefore you then begin to label. You think that this is me and he's him, and so you divide yourself from others. And then if you like somebody, then you think that, oh, he's a good person. I love him. Or he's my child, my daughter, my son. I love them. And however, this person, if somebody comes to harm you, oh, that's an enemy. He's terrible. So then you only see their faults, and you get angry at them, or you get jealous at them. And so this is how the karmic imprints grow stronger and thicker. It is just like first you have pure, clear water, and then you keep pouring different things into the water, like milk and tea and so on. And so slowly the color of the water changes temporarily. That's a temporary state. That's why the Buddha spoke about adventitious or temporary stains. So the afflictive emotions are only fleeting or temporary. They are not our true nature. They arise momentarily. For example, if you hear somebody say something really pleasant, and immediately your mind reacts to that with a positive emotion, positive feeling. Or when you just hear the name of a friend whom you love very much, immediately this pleasant feeling of love arises in your mind. And likewise, if there is someone that you don't particularly like, and you see that they're doing all kinds of things wrong and so on, so then if you merely see that person, then immediately you think about all the things that he has done before. And so then all the faults, this critical mind comes up in your mind. And so that's the imprint then that is placed into your mind. There's this instantly, the moment this feeling arises and you think about it, you are placing this karmic imprint into your mind. There's this feeling that arises. And because the basis of our minds is actually one, the other person also feels that feeling. So this is how we place imprints into the mind. These imprints that come from the feelings of happiness and sadness and so forth. However, these are all adventitious or temporary, so momentary obscurations. Really fundamentally, your true nature is never obscured by these karmic imprints. So it never becomes spoiled in any way. So through knowing your true nature, you understand the Nirmanakaya Phowa. You understand that everyone has that nature. Everyone in the 6 realms is a Nirmanakaya. So this particular Phowa that we just mentioned is just one method, one kind of poem, which is the karma or the causal Phowa. And when you understand it, then you also must put it into practice. So for example, there is some people who have some understanding, but not a complete understanding, so like a partial understanding. And some have don't understand at all, a lack of understanding, and some have a corrupted understanding, like they misunderstand something. So for example, those who have a partial understanding, they might feel that, oh, karma probably exists. So there's a kind of a partial understanding of that. And then there's those who misunderstand or don't understand. So for all of these individuals, they first need to be introduced to the first level of the Nirmanakaya Phowa. And then there's also different visualizations around that. For example, where we visualize the central channel and we learn about the qualities of the Pure Lands and so on. So this all belongs to the Nirmanakaya Phowa of immeasurable compassion. And then the Phowa itself actually is something that really is within, in your own hands. So it really depends on you. So if you follow the workings of karma, so the principle of karma unmistakenly, then that in itself becomes Phowa, then you are practicing Phowa. Otherwise, there are some people whose self-grasping is particularly strong, but still it can be destroyed. For example, if you have great compassion and you connect with that person that has a very strong self-grasping, because the basis of our mind is one, your great compassion has the power to diminish the self-grasping in the other person gradually. And so that requires immeasurable love and compassion. Immeasurable love and compassion involves seeing everyone the same. So there is no enemies, no friends, no one that you like more or less. So everyone becomes the same. So such a person who has immeasurable compassion, the moment they see someone suffering, immediately they will be able to help them. So that is the quality of immeasurable love and compassion. And so regarding the Phowa practice, as we said, there exist many different methods in the various traditions and lineages, but probably in most of the traditions, people meditate on the Buddha Amitabha. But also Jigten Sumgön had said that the supreme Phowa is to transfer the consciousness into the luminous heart of the Guru. So that comes from realizing that the Guru's mind and your own mind are inseparable. And actually, if you have realized that, then again, you have no need to practice any separate Phowa. And that actually is just like the Dharmakaya Phowa too. And otherwise, there's different methods such as visualizing the Guru or visualizing the Hidam deity and so on. And these are basically methods where we know the Guru or the deity help us to transfer the consciousness into the Dharmakaya ultimately. So then for the Nirmanakaya Phowa of immeasurable compassion, so if one actually practices Phowa for somebody else, for example, who has passed away, then first of all, the person who practices Phowa must have great compassion. And then there is the consciousness that has moved into the Bardo. And having moved into the Bardo, they have left behind their physical body. So now they only have the four aggregates they don't have form any longer, but they have consciousness and perception, they have feelings and karmic formations, thoughts in the mind. So they have not yet found their future body and they have left behind their old bodies. So in the Bardo, the consciousness goes on just like in a dream. There still is this perception of me, this self. There still is the fixation, this grasping at an I. And so that is the karmic imprint that we're speaking about. And so a person who practices for them must have immeasurable love and compassion. And in this way, you establish a connection to them. And so in this sense, it also becomes like a karma Phowa. You have this connection to them. So for example, it is just like the way you connect. It is the reason why you connect to them with love is, for example, when you love someone very much and you just hear their name, immediately a feeling arises. And that feeling arises because of love. And even though there is no body, it is love really that goes to connects to that being's mind and then destroys their self-grasping. And then when their self-grasping diminishes, their mind goes to the natural state, which is Buddha nature. So as we said, all the obscurations are just temporary. This temporary thought of an existing I then just diminishes when bodhicitta arises. And when bodhicitta arises, naturally the manifestation of the Pure Land will appear to one. So that is all the Nirmanakaya poem of immeasurable compassion. So this is how we practice it.
오 탈물이 다들 자작하는 성고요리 상고요리 돈다고 다 하고를 말해 세계적으로 무슨 사마 다 받아니 냠대요리 연락 정통한테 저기 니와리 받으리 오 핀칭 삼직은 제와 때라서 되니 제가 초와 각각의 제야요리 제가 삼직 제요리 삼번 제와 삼직의 제요리 지 삼직의 너무 통을 학지 오 미들이 너무 돼 지 삼직 초와라 받게 지 삼직 초와서 다 이런 거가 다 이런 요 말이 다 저다로 릉나 당 삼직 제도 체요리 장화차들 다 저당 얘네야 내 중용지 이한 되고요 배르지 이 삼지를 다 이런 게 봐지 오 삼지로 다 이런 거지 이 가야지 이런 게 말이지 이제 신경 보고 참아 찾지 찍게 봐 삼지를 핀치는 게 이디 다다 유배 이 삼서 탑절들이 그 삼지 좋아하는 배는 다 같이를 리와트 탑만 보이는 밑에 라게 고 너무 많은 몇 미쳐요 거 때문에 너무 많은 것들이 샘들이 라마들이 좀 무지해도 무치요 거래 라고 조고 니요래 냠도 요반은 초아지요 다른 도보도 가지 제일이 때 가리리 장보도 뭐나는 소 끝나 잡아 사바다고 또지 밑피지 이 번에도 삼지요는 제가 니바 대사로는 삼바 세비방을 들이지 납게 가차로 잡으러 세분 납가 가차로 라지 잡대요래 뒤들은 삼바 세가들이 다 예를 들고도 니들이 차요 데려도 몇 대를 납고 삼지 치워지요래 그 삼지지 도트들이 나디지 식로요 식로들이 라미겠지 그 사족생으로 아우르들이 시작함차로 거요래 들이 사지에 밤에 샤요고요래 때 강내들은 사지에 신감탐지 삼지가 주요래 배샤고 말에 사도 말에 다 로소모 말에 밤에 신감수 주지 가게 주요래 그빠 장비 사지 장비 신감 장비 말 별로 소사들이 소사이나 더 바들이 사자 들어들이 사지가 모남들 때 쇠남들 젖게들이 가리르고 들지 사지 탐지게 오다 세지 뭐나 답체 지역들이 지에도 뭐남들 신감들 듣고도 대마더들이 소유는 것이 한국은 것들이 삽지바 맞고 제도 보면도 사람들이 우리를 라래도 따티 뭐랑 따체지에서 신감들 듣고 대 사지가 봐게 되는 내가 지금 듣고치 서영을 대파서 지나 대바치들 미바타지라 그 모남도 드리니까 제거 제들이 그들이 내가 지금 삽장제 걸 그러니까 사 마음으로들 삽장제 또 다른 이냐미들 때 깔려요 말 대도 지금 제고 죽기 신감성 They give just young to Sanchok Survey. The Tambu Shingam is Rodi Sanchok Zero, or Peshak Zero Marie, College of Zero, Church Zero, Sanchok was zero, the very then go over Sanchok over it. This Sanchok so sort of Mevayo. Oh, so that was a 2 months. Amaras dance, Beva, Yore, Amarcha Bila, automatically the country. Or that's what something, that's something, something, or that court theatre to roll it, dog race, to rock your mother for something, Yore. That called Amara something to roll it, dog race. The younger somebody Hingi Chibocilla. This is how they talk to the same yet by the way. They call the Dadi the Pa Secretary, Charles the Chowder, they shall be theatre, they go to pay your ear, took a tape to you for so that Nidion, Sabat Sabi by the worry. This about Sabi by the English of Kotok, the Gate to go. The Gate just Dadi, you what to new. This is the way how to go. There is something that they can come to shut up with your there is something is idea about me, something is your success was your the very data than Hog, Jiki, them dirty. These Dadin, the Hog, Sibji, Tamchi, Just took some that was come to send the Dadi, Pashepli. There is something top over there. This is the way that took send me to your party. Then post I about me, they are seeing about. Then poor about me, one go out. They literally don't tell you about me, one go to tea. Just telling a poor you marry, Chilok Kare and poor, Ran Chilok Kare, tea for an afternoon chocolate. Lava Kare, tea, and get to look on chocolate. More like a tower Lama, Lava Sadia, Pabi, the tower Lama, the Juni, water Simmons about Shina, they are desert. Thousands of women at the couple of days, Sadia Palmer, Jonah Cho, my Jonah Cho also. Then we tower Lama, keep on my certain book of the owner. Two tower Lama, Tahan, Tebaona, Lama. Pay Chabi Topati, Ratati, Gum, Sitati, Lama, Supata, Papa, Raga Papa, the Lishima, to roll so Garchen, Malari Patati, the Lama, the Chalokari, take one choso, about me, German goes only, from around, Tilly Lama Juba. Karina Tejami Choker, Tering Poa, the Kakarioma, longer long, Tolly Rangu, Jubati, poor long Tommy Choker, don't tell it.
So for them, Nirmanakaya poem, what's most important is the relative bodhicitta, which in brief is immeasurable love and compassion. So, for example, you, the disciples, you can see my face on the screen, and I can see you. So then we can see each other, and so we feel that we are together. And maybe you feel that, maybe you think that, well, we are actually far away, and we are just seeing each other on the screen. But actually, if you really understand the actual Nirmanakaya quality, then you know that this is not true. And you know that there is a single basis of mind. It is just that some have realized that and some have not. So we have pure and impure aspects. But when we see somebody's body, then it is through the physical form that we see that we can connect to someone. So it is that one approaches through seeing the physical form. And then one remembers the bond of love that one has, and the special feeling arises within one just by seeing someone's body. So then due to that, then love arises. So for example, we see each other's face and then the feeling of love arises. So you think that, that is him and I love him, for example. And then actually you know that there is actually no closeness and no distance, really. There is just one. It doesn't matter how far we are. There is no distance within space. Actually, the fact is that actually sometimes the more far away we are, actually the greater our love is. And sometimes the closer we are, the smaller our love gets. And when we're very close, then we begin to see each other's faults too. Then we see faults and qualities. But in any case, when there is love, love really knows no distance. And Buddha nature is all pervasive. And so because Buddha nature is all pervasive, love is all pervasive. And so at the time when we still perceive a duality of self and other, it is love that is most important, that feeling of love that pervades. No matter how far we are millions of miles apart, there still is this feeling of love that arises. For example, when we see each other's face or hear each other's voice, maybe it brings some tears to your eyes. There's a special feeling that arises. Or when you see the face of the guru, or even if you don't see the face, if you just think of the guru, often a very strong feeling of devotion arises that brings tears to your eyes. Or if you remember a friend that you love very much, even if they're very far away, a very special feeling of love arises in your mind. So that all shows that the mind is really one. And in the prayer for excellent conduct, it says, the all-pervasive power is the power of love. And so if we have that, if we have love for one another, immeasurable love, then that love is all pervasive like space. Because we say that mind pervades like space, so naturally, if we have immeasurable love, it also pervades like space, wherever space pervades. And so for this reason, we are actually always very close. And when we understand that, then our dualistic perception becomes more and more subtle. It diminishes. And if we think about it, if that kind of normal love is so powerful, then imagine the power of actual bodhicitta. It really has the power to completely destroy self-grasping. And then the Pure Lands, like Devachan and the Pure Land, so the Pure Land of Buddha Amitabha and Buddha Amitabha himself, are all the natural manifestations of bodhicitta. And all the Pure Lands are created from all the Buddha's love. In order to create a Pure Land, you don't need any money, you don't need to work hard, there's nowhere to go. The Pure Land is created through love, through bodhicitta. And this is how all the limitless Buddhas have created the limitless Pure Lands. And so then the Buddha Amitabha then intended to create the Pure Land of Devachan, and to do so for countless aeons, he accumulated merit by, for example, offering the 7 branches, such as prostration to limitless Buddhas in limitless Pure Lands. And he made an aspiration saying that there must be a Pure Land where sentient beings can be reborn if they only pray. At that time, such a Pure Land did not yet exist. So at that time, all the Pure Lands required, so to be born in any of those Pure Lands, it would require one to have attained at least the 8th Bodhisattva Bhumi. So it really depends on, it would have really depended on developing great qualities of the Bhumis and the paths. But the Buddha Amitabha made an aspiration prayer that even ordinary sentient beings, even sinful sentient beings, if they have devotion, if they have faith, and if they pray, they can be born in that Pure Land. There must be such a Pure Land where even those ordinary beings can be born. So that was the Buddha Amitabha's aspiration for creating the Pure Land of Devachan, of great bliss. And so that was eventually then created in the past. And so now even beings who only pray can be born there. It requires the least difficulty to be born in this Pure Land. And it is also related to it is also in a Nirmanakaya Pure Land, really, because the cause of birth is also related to bodhicitta, to the aspiration. So again, any Pure Land is created from bodhicitta and not from money or hard work or kind of machines and so on. If you want to go to a Pure Land, you have to cultivate bodhicitta. And so that is what we are lacking. We are lacking in bodhicitta. Many people even find it hard, or maybe most people's love is limited maybe to their children or their wife, but some even don't even love them. There's even some people who have said that they don't love their mothers. So what can you do when you meet somebody like that? So then you feel compassion for them and think that this is a really very pitiful being, because even an animal knows how to love their mother and their child. Even animals do that. So in that sense, that person is worse off than even an animal. So actually you would feel an even greater compassion for such a person. But then in the end, also that person's mind and your mind have a single basis, and therefore through the power of love and compassion, you can help them destroy their self-grasping. So this love becomes just like hot water being poured over an ice block, and the ice block will just melt and you have benefited them. So that is also the Nirmanakaya Phowa of immeasurable compassion. So when immeasurable love arises within you, so now when we are still in a context of perceiving a dualistic existence of self and other, that is when we cultivate immeasurable love. And through immeasurable love, we can directly benefit others by eliminating their suffering and the cause of their suffering, their self-grasping mind, and help them to cultivate a loving mind. And if love arises, then that is what will create the Pure Land. And so this is also how the Buddha Amitabha had created the Pure Land of Devachen. It is created through his love, through his bodhicitta. So these are the causes and conditions, or the auspicious interdependence of causes and conditions that create the Pure Land of Devachen, or any Pure Land. And so self-grasping is what creates sentient beings. Bodhicitta is what creates the Pure Lands. If you want to go to a Pure Land, you have to eliminate self-grasping by cultivating love. So that in essence is the Nirmanakaya Phowa of immeasurable compassion. And so then the place of transference is the Buddha Amitabha's Pure Land of Devachen. And there is a visualization, we visualize Amitabha, and so on. But so today, for today's Phowa instructions, we are not following a sadhana, a text. You can use any Phowa text in any tradition. You can visualize any guru at the crown of your head. So any tradition is fine, it doesn't make a difference. The guru that you visualize above your crown is in essence the root guru, and in appearance the Buddha Amitabha. So that is because we visualize the Buddha Amitabha, because when we see the ordinary form of the root guru, that could have qualities but also have faults. Especially if we cling to the guru, see the guru in like an ordinary, concrete, kind of substantially existing way. And so especially if we do not cultivate an unbiased mind of a pure perception, seeing everything is equal, then in particular it will be very difficult. And so that's why we changed the form to the form of the Buddha Amitabha. But then actually, my own root guru, Khenpo Samdup Rinpoche, has said that if you really have great faith and great devotion to the guru, and if you have great pure perception, then you can visualize the guru even in his ordinary form, whatever he's wearing. For example, if he's wearing like a goat's skin as a cloak or so, or whatever, like cotton cloth like Milarepa, whatever he's wearing, whichever way he appears normally, you can visualize him also in this way. But in any case, you can visualize any guru according to any lineage. You can use any sadhana text according to any lineage. So that's why we are also not using a text today. And so for the transmission, the lung of any text, so it's also fine to have received the transmission of any Phowa tradition. And now, Dharma friends, please take a rest for 20 minutes.
Thank you, everybody. Sangha, Namo Sanghaya.
Oh Oh.
Om Ahum. Tata Tuku Phowa Shiva, Tuku Phowa Andela, Ki Chishu, Tanang, Kichipuyore, Tanang Nanitini, Geduna, Gedun Batamjira, Tanang, Sonam Gishan, Sonam Gishan Sati, Sonam Shinjon Papa Gedun Song, Sonam Drew Bonasinipen, Sonam the Sound Tavares. 그렇지 사운 대사 생가세 자체는 들로도 대로 자체 그렇지 다른 개치와서 강해지는 들이다다 사실상 개신이 탐지라 라 개신이 탐지래 중상은 어디 돈이 많고 요래 给不起呢，这里是啥？最起码中这叫名的给不起有嘛的，用这叫名有嘛的，中在我这里买呢，靠近用这去做起话的事呢，这里用这用通，这里用这通这把接的，用这通可以个刚才这了是那么头个有的，中通可以个刚才这。中通可以这两个人装了个有的嘛，就是么，就是你讲中搞呀搞呀用嘛的，这当这就是你这确实不上班的个的，这里这没看出装了，这没的上班的确实不上班的，这让你忙不了的，这里就是你中了这里上班的上班的你把当完，这里上班的到家班找有的，这里这边的第一上班的呢，老年生病他就就是你这了，这把用你个没干出了，这过桥什么这把用不了的，过桥什么这把来就这些个的，来就这些让个让讨个了的，这是就是你这了的呢，这就送车的。这送车的老大姐了，就是你大姐去，大姐就是你这，要不然我这些车他车的，他这个人，懂嘛是吧？这就是你送车这个少的配个用的，就是你让你了这让你地方这样的，来当我觉得这里，中当用这把车当，咱们这用不用的用。对马上让那个大南方面讲了，大南方面讲你这里开上透过来别了，让虽然嘛这新界跟Khenpo他当时我们各把乡的，这里让我们养个学，这里讲阿多这个同事拉手我的，这里看不着嘛家常嘛我的，不，这里考上了这里讲。我们都特别我的，都记得我的，人家看不到了嘛，所以这都我们啥都这里。看个什么的，老马上过来，这我啥都给弄去，要么的是，这里他过来嘛，搞过来是，没读过了，这我啥都给读的要么的是，开把这到没去了这到了，这里中用那样，他去那么用地了这里，这口的早了嘛，过去了的，这到真的也许你讲中了，这里哪里出名了，送的，刚才这样，你们话讲这现在的，你把那个大年娘这别的，这你把中堂你让你旁问过的，别的啥把子我都多讲了，这里的话的，老大这，他们培养的这个多了，这里把这到了，这里产品的不是怎么呢？产品啊的出来来送，产品啊的这特送的，这甚至嘛我他们拿的多，有的这些东西真的。有的出来呢，他这种是能把的，一大多的嘛的，没得话说的，没得话的都加嘛的，六年人就地出他们6年那里，出这个，出他这个没也得个了没，谁怕不了嘛的，别说出他这个出就搞起来，出就把他们拦住了，别了这里就他让给拦的，刚才的呢，手上拿手拿回来把刀这样子的，别了拿去路不别叫我的，说他不打着我的也，伤心日里找我的，上海那么找我的，让个这别接着我下有的，他这种中国的这个老了那么的，他让你们7、8有的，手上拿手嘛觉得，这个有些们错叫我刚才他就把他。是呢，每个错的实际的，他们没这呢，就这个拉到东西他妈给你把的，就他妈给你把的上，到了家里头把个朋友呢，没了，给了就嘛，全部这些上去了，大上讲我送的，玻璃，家里头嘛学了这里，给了全部这个要的了。看到我谁中间强往上去了，大上讲我送，这大上来讲了，这哪个开上我来？这些过来，就别老多马新了。这里给些人主动嘛，不接个有人能接。在这到人们这里，甚至这他们说大个人，这里这个大上讲了，大上才能加起来。我们做这我看到他就话了，老不那个去了，他就是被忙不的。这他们这个平板的这个朗诵过的上，那个谁都被加起不差着过的。 마르시지를 세비바 제고 사바체비바 군 이 센들이 찹로 거리면 소화지 때오 만남 과다는 무슨 지상계들 세도 소화하려도 뒤도 세도 찹로 거리 나디 이거 철도도 차로 요래 들이 제비 이거 파 찹로 거리 차리도 구독사 적센죠 이 동다고 사적들이 나기 이메와들이 하고 저거래 나도 파 소송들이 다 냠베테 소송들이 나기 이메와 선남 가다고는 들 남가를 이메봐 라기가 도단 거 대바 하고 요래 조금 보아라들이 다는 같이 가리 들 다는 자체 문제들이라는 거 싸우라 맞게라 들 싹바도 대바다는 체를 로거리면이 라고 싸우라 맞지 고라 지서라면 좋다 소리가 오가 사자바이 오가까지 바이 아들 이니 말고 되지 좀다 소리와 들리더니 따뜻하게 속담도 하고 살아도 요래 돌로 다는 자체고 상을 다는 재미지 대마치 남바들 갖다 세 남바 자리도 맞추세 다 답을 저러고 제 답이야 나는 남바들 상속세 상바들 이게 살아나 또 속자 차라차라나 대사들 너를 상속세로 왔다 답들이 남바들 난 상속세는 상남과 센데 우리 사지 저리서 오 상한테 대책이 물어가는 거 찾더래 들리 대회들이 상하냐면 이제 성직이 자예는 남께서 이제 라리 람서 다낭 때문에 설이 시제에서 고요래 조금 보아 되게 다낭 이거래 보여를 습지 답들 대식이 보여래 보아 장군의 랑아들이 세비가 사바 세비가요 데르들 고도 로어도 다 나지 차는 이 파식들을 들고서 탈차라리면 생각하고 나와 그런 사람을 맞다 너들이 나와 찾아오 요리 실제로 두고 보아 다시 살아야지.
So for the Nirmanakaya Phowa, what's most important is a pure perception, a pure view. And within a pure perception, it's most important to have a pure perception toward the Sangha, the spiritual teachers of any tradition or religion. And that is because it is said that the Sangha is referred to as the noble Sangha, because the Sangha is called the field of merit. So through the Sangha, we can accumulate great merit. So it is like our merit that we accumulate is like a seed, and the Sangha is like the field, so the field for the seed, field of merit. So the greater, the more vast your field, the more crops you can grow. And so this vastness of the field is related to your pure view, to see them all as this field of merit. So you should see all the spiritual teachers as a Sangha with a pure perception. And so now there are a lot of people who do see the benefits or the qualities in the teachers, but also they criticize them a lot. So they see their qualities and faults. But the truth is that there is not a single teacher who only has faults, and there is not a single teacher who only has qualities. Everybody has this mix of qualities and faults. And so that being the case, what we should focus on is the good qualities in somebody. Because when we think about the qualities, when we see the qualities in others, then faith or inspiration arises within us. And seeing the qualities in others then also leads to us accumulating merit. When we see their faults, then that is actually only our own loss. It is not the other person's loss. It is not that teacher's loss when you see a fault in them. That teacher, for example, is like a bridge, a big bridge that is like crossing over a large river. And a lot of people have to travel over the bridge. So the bridge is essential, an essential pathway for a lot of people. And so then if you come along and you criticize a teacher, you point out their faults, it is just like you are damaging the bridge or you are destroying the bridge. And if you destroy the bridge, then nobody can walk on the bridge any longer. So all these people the disciples who follow this particular Lama, for example, and who have a lot of devotion, actually the source of their devotion really is the three jewels. And it is through these teachings that they have received that they understand karma. And through that, they have found a path to freedom. And if you criticize the teacher, then these disciples will develop a wrong view toward everything that teacher said, because they think that because he's a bad person, now that's why everything that he says is bad, it must be wrong. So they don't understand. And so then they don't believe in anything that he says. And in that way, that path to liberation for them is blocked. And now regarding that teacher has their own karma from previous lives. And due to various karmas and various conditions, they manifest with different good qualities and also faults, and they might encounter different obstacles and so on. And what is important for us on our part is to train our mind in an unbiased, pure view. So that is really what's most important. For example, as one story from Tibet, there was this Lama who was very skilled in the Yamantaka practice. His name was Gelong Yanga Rinpoche. And so he actually had accumulated over 100 million Omakrodeka Yamantaka Hungpad mantras. And he was quite a well-known Mahasiddha, even a practitioner in Eastern Tibet, in Kham and so on, and in other places. And so his root guru was the Derten Ösa Dorje. And when Yanga Rinpoche spoke about his root guru, Ösa Dorje, he said that when it comes to having a good Lama, then there is really no one greater than the Derten Ösa Dorje. He's the best. But when it comes to behavior, there's probably no one worse than him. So his behavior, Ösa Dorje's behavior, apparently, in terms of the worldly ways, was particularly flawed, it seemed. And however, even though his behavior was not the best, his Dharma qualities really excelled. And that is why Yanga Rinpoche chose him to be his root guru. And also regarding seeing the faults in others, it is said in the 37 Bodhisattva practices that if driven by afflictive emotions, one points out another bodhisattva's fault, oneself is diminished. So it is your own loss. Pointing out the faults in others is your own disadvantage, your own loss. You yourself, you bring yourself down. But then also it's like with this big bridge, you are also demolishing the bridge for other people, because many people might cultivate wrong views based on what you are saying to them. And that really then really interrupts their path to liberation. So it's actually causing a tremendous harm. Actually, Changme Rinpoche had said in the prayer of the aspiration prayer of Sukhavati, the Devachen prayer, that this is it is actually one of the 5 extremely negative deeds with immediate retribution. So it is just as bad. And so temporarily, therefore, many sentient beings are cut off from the path to liberation. So that's why it is really important for us to have this unbiased view, of a pure view, and not to think that others with a different view are any worse. Or for example, now, between Buddhists and non-Buddhists, for example, we might say, I'm a Buddhist, and they're not Buddhists. Or we call them Dirtikas, which is like basically a non-Buddhist philosophy. And often they are spoken of in a more, kind of negative way, pejorative. But actually, this term Tirtika itself, actually part of that word actually implies that there is actually nothing negative about them, because part of the word means support. And so what it means is that in the world, we have two systems, the worldly system and the religious systems. And within that, whatever is done in any religion is a support, is a good thing. So other religions like Tirthikas also lift us up. They give support, and they do not bring us down. So in this way, we support one another. Those who have different views, we are actually not bringing each other down by having a different view, but actually by having a different view, we are supporting each other. And so that is regarding the different paths that we choose. For example, within Buddhism, we have the path of the Pratimoksha, the Bodhisattva path, and the Vajrayana path, and then within that there's different lineages. But just to give one example, maybe it is a very simple-minded example, but this is what I came up with, and that is the Pratimoksha path is just like traveling in a car. And the Bodhisattva's path is like traveling in a train. And the Vajrayana path is like traveling in an airplane. And I feel like there's really quite a relation, because what this shows is that their destination basically is the same, but one reaches quicker when one goes on an airplane, for example. And so that is what makes the difference, is the speed of accomplishment. So when one has entered any of those paths, then they have found the open eyes of liberation, which is the eyes of karma. The Sangha, the teachers, showed them the workings of karma, what to do and what not to do. And that is significant. And therefore, all religions teachers are really Sangha. So, for example, in the Tibetan tradition, when one takes the refuge vow, then one is apparently given like a belt, which is yellow, and so then if it's which kind of represents this pure view, and if it's a little bit like spotted red, then it means that one still has to train in more pure view. And so in any case, the point is that when you have a pure view, it's your own benefit, actually. And if you don't, it's really your own loss. So actually, I feel great compassion I feel very bad and great compassion for all those people who, not knowing karma, cause and effect, go around criticizing or pointing out spiritual teachers' faults. That really harms them, and it harms many sentient beings. So it's important for us to train in a pure perception, and that also entails seeing that all the different religions, the different paths in the world, the different lineages and so on, they all have a benefit that they accomplish. So it's important that your mind expands and becomes vast like that. And then also, secondly, it is important to cultivate immeasurable love for all sentient beings. And it's that mind of love that will pervade all sentient beings. So when we say all mother sentient beings, limitless is space, then what feeling should arise in the mind? There's this feeling that of all pervasiveness that arises in the mind. And it's that feeling that then destroys self-grasping. That feeling of immeasurable love and compassion that pervades them, or the four immeasurables. So the pervasiveness on the relative level is the relative bodhicitta, or the four immeasurables. Then regarding the ultimate bodhicitta, pervasiveness comes from the realization that self and other are indivisible. So once you have done away with this clinging to a self, there's no more thought of me, this I that exists. And if there's no dualistic thought, then the mind naturally abides just like space. So that's the ultimate reality. So for the Nirmanakaya Phowa, a pure perception is most important. We need a vast pure view, especially when it comes to spiritual teachers. And actually, if you have a kind of an all-pervasive pure view, then your faith and your devotion, your pure view toward your own root guru becomes even stronger. Because otherwise, if you just think it's just my root guru, only my root guru, but if you have a lot of bias toward all the other lineages, you might even lose the faith in your own root guru eventually. For example, some people say that I belong to the Sakya, or I belong to the Kagyu, and the Nyingma is not so good, and so on. So we develop all these biased minds in our mind. And this is what causes us to lose our faith altogether. So therefore, it's really important to have a vast, all-pervasive pure mind, a pure perception for all different viewpoints. And especially, now everyone on the external outer level, everyone who has taken the refuge vow, for example, is on the external level called a Buddhist. So that's the outer Buddhist, but actually anyone who is a religious practitioner. And then the inner Buddhist is anyone who has cultivated love and compassion. For example, for even the smallest little animal. The nature of this love is bodhicitta. And whoever has that is an inner Buddhist. And the secret Buddhist is basically everyone, because everyone possesses a mind. And if you possess a mind, you have the cause of awakening. The Buddha said, it is said that Buddha nature pervades all sentient beings. And according to the practice of the Vajrayana, with a pure perception, we perceive the outer environment, the outer world, as the boundless palace of the deities, and all the beings within as the deities. And if that is really has become integrated into your mind, then it arises momentarily. You instantly, when you hear that, you will trust, and you know that this is true. So the essence of the Nirmanakaya Phowa is a pure perception. And so that is what we need to train in. And the place of transference here for sentient beings is their Buddha nature. So we go back to Buddha nature. And that which transfers them there is immeasurable love. So then knowing that, you cultivate love. So then you have love. And then you recognize that all these other beings, whatever arises within them, it is just a temporary. It is only due to a temporary thought of self and other. And through your love, that becomes more and more subtle, that becomes diminished, and they become liberated. And then once they are liberated, they have already created, through liberation, they have already created the appearances of the various pure lands. So that is the instruction on the Nirmanakaya Phowa.
Dr. Potter Rinpoche Ragi Yunti Mata, Jinji Chung Mata, some Tati, the Mango do Yore, draw Prince in draw Chicken, draw Yunti Tana, then you are Unbotany, something Tachang Tokyo. Draw the Chung Dana, Chung Dana, draw the Chung of Tori, take 2 million on the dancing related. You talk about the Kakado, Toyung Royore, better. Rang did on my chair royore, Rang Tung Dagores, Yiyu Di Dagores, Ben Sagap with the Taki, somebody. Martha Martha Disayon, Rang to the tongue, be Zapotil, Martha Rangula Tosi. Since then, Sinan Opacity, down Gino Coquet, or Packet, the Carriage, the Taking Tonto, Pestia, Rang Di Mata, Rang Tung Dagores. We made it 2 something of the Nodal, you go to Percayores. Yijit Lama gave it in Nata, drawing at the young Ditin, tell you to somebody Niji. Three Kongchenko Party, taken and kept on till talk your this honey led the better me, Ranko Jago, Ragastri. Shenko Marte, Pata, Shenko some get top go. They said the thing of Giaris. Oh, the Shetan Tado Tomity, Mango like the jutting songs of the child. Check Archie, the butter of his own, so the young Simmons of you. The little draw them with the Simmons on Yapoyores. Digital Matasong, simply 2 years, during your dandy or dandy only 2 Pomboyore. Run it to Tagores, Petty out the run it to Gigi on Dintana, Trimity, coming for the door, the Satos and coming for the Pretty already.
There's actually one thing that I forgot to mention in this context of the Nirmanakaya Phowa. That is, Dzogchen Bardo Rinpoche had said that do not look at your own good qualities. Do not look at the faults of others. Actually, everything, a lot of important things are included in just these 2 sentences here. For example, you can apply it to a couple, 2 people together. So if you always look at each other's good qualities, then your love will increase and you will be able to stay together for a long time. You will be able to stay together for the rest of your life. But then if you criticize each other and you keep looking at each other's faults, the more you look at faults, the more faults you will see. And every time you see a fault, resentment arises, and then that increases, and in the end you will separate. And also if you look at the faults of others and you just see your own good qualities, then pride increases. So therefore, Bardo Rinpoche had said, do not look at your own qualities and do not look at the faults of others. And also Sakya Pandita had said when it comes to looking at the faults of others, it is just like a peacock. Like a peacock, for example, can only see apparently is very prideful and is very brilliant and magnificent, sees its own qualities. And then on the other hand, there is the owl at night. That sees everything as negative. So basically, it's a sign of something negative, because when we see an owl, then we think it's a bad omen. So like an owl, basically, just one sees oneself in its own brilliance, and like an owl, like a peacock, and like an owl, one criticizes others. So just like that, one should not act just like that. One should not look at one's own good qualities, and one should not look at other people's faults, but instead the other way around. One should look at one's own faults, and one should look at other people's good qualities. And so that can be applied, should be applied in any circumstance, either between companions or between master and disciples and so on. If we see their good qualities, then our love for them increases and our devotion for them then increases. And that is your own greatest benefit, your own advantage, because of karma, cause and effect. So if you develop a pure perception and you see their good qualities and love increases, then that is virtues and will lead to happiness in this and in all future lifetimes. So on the other hand, if you criticize others and you are resentful, you're angry at them, or you're jealous at them, then that becomes your cause for falling into the 3 lower realms. So this is the most important point. It's really Bardo Rinpoche's words. And these are words that actually I myself always keep in mind. And I also recommend you, Dharma friends, to keep those words in mind. Do not look at the faults of others. Do not criticize others. And also think that everyone is a sentient being. Of course, they have faults. When they're self-grasping, they surely have faults because that's the nature of self-grasping. Self-grasping kind of makes one a heap of faults. But then also you yourself have self-grasping. So you also have faults. And so therefore, look at your own faults and don't look at the faults of others. Only look at the good qualities of others. And then your own qualities will increase and your most importantly, your own bodhicitta will increase.
예당 계른 집안의 강에 생물나도 다다 나오 냐바디 뭐 루즈페나 다고 법잡되네요. 양들이 저기 무슨 루요래 들이 제가 좋아요래 남랑만 보여 들이 제가 들이 양샘들이 좀 차도요래 검적 내가 될 거를 사이사랑때 고바라들이 사디 용대지들이 진비지 실라들이甚至 탐제적 감당왕 보침바 그거 뭐 답을 찾대봐 들이 제와들이 다다다 때가 때당 뭐 마시바 탐제들이 제와를 보고 나디 좀 더고요 니마가 처럼서 좋아하는 제가 니발한테 랑 코아를 탑탑아 빼는 사제 공방 이 코아도 좀 니바지나 란도 다시 지도를 좀 대다원 진짜什么당이 사용 진행하는 게 들이 라드 랑저 진짜 다 그런 경제 제는 다들 양들 진행 탑덕진 제가 가리 라드를 하자 지어치고 이치치 뭐 들이 화양다는 화양 주바다들 사이 이렇게 들이 차응을 갑들이 제일 많이 알아가면 다양하서 와나 마디 주바다에 사들 남남 생을 주인은 그 강에 대해서 제일 사들 주인 좀 차오네 그 사디 tamtana keren pali semre shana mawala tina tina lati rang semre chati rang semre melona je tela chati wala ja sunta wale tata nga luzi ule lati ja sunta wale sa maari luzi lado wale sem chiko sallo sem koro razokla kare samna kare kantarsta bateta nangso sem koro razokla kare zira rawani bateta ta hakore 오다 사이가 됐다고 시와 초가래나 사드람 system 체인지라 되게 바도리 산이 바도 이반이 이 바도 이반이로 그들 사드람 지 뒤찹도 갔다 설명 리자데 남공나 사드람 주인공요 지 사이고도 다 뒤가고요 다서 저들 홍주지 사드는 저도 홍지 홍지 강이나들이 홍주를 사실이 쳐봐요 말때 사드리지 마야마 니니 보리 홍주를 다지니가 요 말이 그래서 이렇게 지리들이 홍주를 쳐봐도 차들이 다냐 농거들이 되는 놀러 다지기 보리 홍주를 다지니면 차들이요 근데 니를 했으니 홍공을 뜻을 가서 홍주때 다 좋아하는 막 레강텔라서 같이요 들이 누가 따뜻하게 파따뜻하게 홍홍홍을 빼니 롱드람지 롱그람지 롱더 셈지 좀 같이 장을 저 같이 보여래 들이 롱셈타서 홍는지 근데 제말에 파케들이 마팔라도 세다 마도데 따르동 봐도데 납시 홍을 저는 보러지 그래서 납시 홍을 저는 들이 저딱 홍고들 들이 라마게 시인들 손 걸고 나더니 소거는 라미를 치디오래 네 박차가에 나가 돌아요래 홍보는 다들이 남에가 차디오래 라미가 소가 차디지 대들이다 또 로탑제들은 홍야야지 백들은 조금까지 내달라 그러면 조금까지 내달라 들이 사탕들 저 엄지바 아서가 홍지들이 추거래 추거라게 탐제를 탑대 어머니 저런까지 집고 말에 대답을 싸면 드리겠다 홍대 저도 공들이 제게를 보죠 니 레세라들 홍대 대기나 그래서 나요 말해야지.
Second is the Sambhogakaya poem, which is the union of the generation and the completion stages. And that also actually becomes Phowa or transference. So it is related to the deity yoga practice. We practice a Yidam deity. The visualization, which is the generation stage, through the generation stage, we train the mind in the way in which we take birth. And through the completion stage, we train in the way in which we die, the dying process. So the generation and completion stages basically are birth and death. So when we practice a Yidam deity, the visualization of the deity appears in your mind. So right now, what appears in our mind is this thought of me, I. And so when you meditate in resting in the view, first it all goes away, but then again it comes back. So again, when you rise from the meditation, again there is this feeling of the body. So then the mind, the self becomes the body. And then you experience all sorts of actual experiences, actual feelings. So the mind and the body become one. But when you actually meditate and the clear appearance of the deity arises in your mind, just like in the picture and the image, then you will remember, first of all, the qualities of the deity. The qualities of the deity are omniscient wisdom, compassion, and power. So the omniscient wisdom, with the omniscient wisdom, the deity, the Buddhas, know the minds and the capacities of all sentient beings. Their Dharmakaya nature pervades all beings. And then secondly is the quality of love. So they feel great compassion for all those beings who have not recognized that, the Dharmakaya nature, because they all grasp at a self. And with great love, just like the sun shining on an ice block, they melt the self-grasping in the minds of those beings. And then the third power is, third quality is the power to grant protection, which comes from, first of all, having become liberated from samsara themselves. Having attained enlightenment themselves, they are able to liberate others as well, to help others become liberated. So it is said that having fulfilled your own purpose, you then accomplish the purpose of others. So these are the qualities of the deity: omniscience, love, and power. Remember them over and over again, because when you remember them, when you habituate to this reflection, then these qualities will naturally arise within your mind. They will just stay within your mind. And then what's the ultimate result of such practice? Eventually, you will develop great love for the deity and trust in the deity. And the moment you hear the deity's mantra, for example, this feeling instantly arises. You always have the deity in mind. And also one good method for accomplishing that is to play a mantra on a loop, like on a recording, like on a CD or so, on a loop, so that you also hear it at night. Because every time you wake up, you hear the mantra and you instantly remember the deity. And then again, great love for the deity arises. And so to habituate to that is important, because you will then also be able to remember the deity when you encounter difficulties. So when you hear it at night and every time you wake up, you remember the deity, there's this instance, you developed this instant power of remembering. And so then therefore that's why you also will remember when you encounter difficulties instantly. So when the deity then appears in your mind, so when in the context now of the generation stage practice, what appears is your own mind. So it is an appearance of your own mind. It is just like the reflection in a mirror appearing in your own mind, like a rainbow-like reflection. But then you shouldn't think that, so my body, that's real, and the deity is just like a rainbow. It's not like that. Your body and the deity's body are really the same. Your body is also a manifestation of your own mind. Actually, everything that you perceive is a manifestation of your own mind. Whatever you think of, that is what you will become. And now you have a choice, you have a freedom over what to think of. So in the context of deity yoga practice, whichever deity you practice, whether it is a peaceful or a wrathful deity, if you habituate to the point where the deity appears instantly in your mind, always stays in your mind, then it is said, then later in the Bardo, after you have died, you will attain liberation in the nature of the Sambhogakaya of the deity in the second Bardo. But then, and that's why also actually it is very important to remember to have this mantra playing at night, so that whenever you wake up, you instantly remember the deity. So then also in the Bardo, you will instantly remember the deity as a result. But then since it is difficult for people to visualize the entire form of the deity, instead we can just visualize the Hung syllable, which is the life force syllable of the deity. Actually, visualizing the deity and visualizing Hung syllable is really the same thing, essentially, because it is an antidote to this thought of me, this I. When you have the Hung in your mind, then you are not thinking of yourself, self and other. So likewise, when you visualize the deity, you're not thinking of yourself. And so for this reason, the generation state of the deity, the visualization, and the Hung visualization are really exactly the same. So, and this is from an experiential perspective now. And so therefore, when you think of the Hung, there is no thought of a self. And so if you habituate to the Hung or to the deity all the time, for example, when you wake up at night, immediately, or wake up from sleeping, immediately you remember the Hung or the deity. Just how we have explained it in the recent teachings on the Tsewang Tsimpa, which was a teaching on the Hung practice, the sadhana of Tsewang Tsimpa. And we're in the context of which we said that the way you practice Hung is to recognize all movements through your body, the pulse reverberating through your body as the Hung sound vibrating throughout your entire body with each heartbeat. And therefore, the nature of the Hung syllable is really wind energy pervading your entire body. And wind is connected to mind. They're actually the same. We say it is the wind mind, and the wind mind has its essence in Hung. Hung is the essence of the wind mind. Also once when Milarepa received instructions from Marpa's son on the transference, then he said that the consciousness is transformed into the syllable Hung. So what's most important is to always meditate on the Hung. And that actually also becomes a protection. And in terms of protection, also we say that within the Hung, we visualize those to be protected. For example, if you visualize the Hung, then the entire protection sphere and the guru and so on, everything is naturally complete within the Hung. When you think of the Hung, then there are no karmic imprints, because all karma, all imprints are within the self. And when you think of the Hung, there is no self. So that naturally, it becomes a natural protection. And that is also why we, for example, print the Hung on T-shirts or anywhere else. And the Hung is also the logo of the Jigung Kagyum. but also generally the Ahung, which is represented by the logo. The Ahung represent the deity's body, speech, and mind. So at the forehead is of all the deities, and then at their throat is An, at their heart is Hung. And the Ahung all are subsumed within the Hung, which represents the Dharmakaya nature. Everything gathers within Dharmakaya, within Hung. And so for this reason, because this is really all pervasive, it does not just apply to the Drigung Kagyu lineage. The Hung practice is practiced throughout in various and different practices. And so it would be very good to habituate to the meditation on the Hung, to really habituate to the point where you remember the Hung instantly upon awakening and so forth, because the moment the Hung is in your mind, the self is not in your mind.
나진 속으로 뒤치 채버리요래 데르들 오늘 뒤를 따다 화이고도 라도 진 탐나게 되나 되게 옛날에 롱주 조스 롱주들 랑근 나와도 세 나와 탐지 쳐다 나와 탐지 라그 셈지 라그 셈고랑 이뭐 하고 인지미가 차대요래 갑들이 자들이 대 뒤리 대조제 가르쳐요. 대조 가르쳐. 이 세마 타들이 대 뒤인게 와도 산이 쳐버가미들이 선용왕아 나이몽아 사완싱아 틈 내가 또 틀럭도 시초 왕을 가는 데서 야를 뭔가를 내기도 대리지 대다 틈로 틈을 때 조름지 대 틈을 틈으로 깔리들이 산이 개발매가 차로 개발매가 차나 롱 나버리 시발 터버걸 개발매가 차 네와시고 차로 네와시고 차는 대가미들이 람지들이 양당지들이 당을 가니 이 세마서 나이 성을 소리들 나 사들려고 대말에 배치들 이 세마서 황 나한테 지금 나를 냅두고 요래 요 말이지 일단 호성 나온다면 되리 응아지고 계속 뒤에 이 이지미지 홍주에서 받을 때로 보아차들 그 산이디 홍주에서 차들이 나도 남파 봐 틈으로 봐서 좀 양자리들이 이렇게 틀어서요 말이 이게 보여야지 제가 게임 조름이 성적이 게임 라시 이제 조름이 홍주에서 라기 좀 심리에 그 조름 홍주 때 제도 성적들이 그 홍주나.
And so what are the qualities of the Sambhogakaya? Now, the Sambhogakaya is not a form, like a material form composed of substance, but it is a rainbow-like form. It is a manifestation, a natural manifestation of the mind. And there are pure and impure manifestations of the mind. If you habituate to the form of the deity, then also later in the Bardo consciousness will instantly be able to remember the deity. And so at that time, then the Bardo consciousness, since it doesn't have a different form, there is then no difference between that consciousness and the deity. So it's important to gain the ability of instantly remembering the deity, having the deity in mind instantly. So the Sambhogakaya is called the enjoyment body. Enjoyment as in you enjoy the outer perceptions, knowing that all perceptions are your own mind. So the Sambhogakaya recognizes that everything, all appearances are their own self-projections. Appearances are one's own mind, as it is said in the 37 practices. So when you recognize that all perceptions, all appearances are the manifestation of your own mind, then this is how you become free of dualistic thinking. And so it is very important to remember that at the right time. And so what is the right time? It is at the time when we die. And so therefore the right time to practice this especially when you wake up from sleeping. The moment you wake up, you should remember the deity, because it's very similar later when you die. So yesterday during the Shitro empowerment, we spoke about that, the relation between and the dissolution of the external 5 elements and into the inner 5 afflictive emotions, into the secret 5 wisdoms. So there is a process of dissolution at the time of death, and that is related to the completion stage. So at that time, when you die and the elements have dissolved, all concepts have dissolved, when the winds dissolve into consciousness, then normally we come to a state of unawareness, like an unconscious state. And when we go to that state, actually there is an experience of great bliss. And then one arises instantly, momentarily, all of a sudden one again rises from this state, just like waking up from sleeping. When you wake up from sleeping, then normally we think something like, I have slept. But anyways, immediately, the first thing that arises is an I, a thought about me. So in order for that not to arise, we train the mind in remembering the Hong the moment we wake up from sleeping. If you remember the Hong in that moment, then the I cannot arise, this thought of me cannot arise. And this thought of me, this I, that is the very cause of samsara. So it's very important that by all means, this is what you must do. You must remember every time when you wake up from sleeping, remember the Hong. And actually, we can say that this is also a poem in itself. It's related to the Dharmakaya too, because at the moment when you die and everything dissolves, the moment you remember this, you remember the Hong, you come to the natural state and you will not again become confused. So it happens momentarily at that time. So that is the Sambhogakaya Phowa, which is the union of the generation and the completion stages. And so the generation stage is the visualization of the deity, and the completion stage is to meditate on the Hong. And so they are a union, and basically the union of both really is the meditation on the Hong.
Chukum Hoa is Lisa Hong the Down Chimboyori. Chukum Sagatim Yami, Chebakami, Tatayam no Hako, Tatayam no Dena, the Ranga Gong, the Tavi Tatus, Holiday. Jiang Massim Latitude to the Tavi Tatu was a big couple, Gomjani Mango, Tavi Tatu Kali, Ranga on the Tatu, the Gomja, Dini, Nampachita Mebati. Sartong the high and for the Zikarity, Tantan Ramji, with the Bakita, some Diachim was shining with Ramji, Thompson, Sitikami, Digital Twaka, or Tiri, sorry, Tacho, the Rangan Tacho song. That Italy, Lama moved up, something in Niger got set up in Rami, and very deep gravity, young yoga capsule, they got some younger Yore. You talk about me out there, Yore. Ya Talon Yami, Chevakanity, Tomogona, got to the Diacho shall take up younger capsule, young yoga, they come, you talk at their come, Chapo, their capsule, or Tita, Yadana, Teddy, Teddy, say on Grammy, Tito said, or it, Namka, Namka, Tamswama, tell them powerful, go your money, Jerem go your money, so that's how that's when you're not dead. Three, 다디 동바리 주가 대화를 longa 사와를 쪼고서 가다물라 집에 송이 돼서를 남진이 촉들이 세지들 lon가서 쪼고 남진이 소라미 가지고 요리 근데 주고 보았다라는 땅에 다 좋아 지금 대요를 대대래 그가 소리 땅에 다 주고래지 다 줄록도 하고 원자들 남진이들이 이제 중음이 이제 계속 독진들이 lonely 마동이 나 샘리 마동을 이시소 라가 테레트 타초를 참 타가지 지금 라기 찍자요 말이 다 타초도지 요리 대가리 어디 나삼 요메서 테레 이는 랍절 매랑 타초송데 대다 하고 그러지
And then there's the Dharmakaya poem, and that too is related to the Hong, or the meditation Mahamudra. So that is something we can experience right now in our meditation practice. So in meditation, it is said we have to gain certainty in the view, which is the natural state of the mind. In Mahamudra, it says that without a single thought, decisively look at your true nature, your ultimate nature. So to decide upon the view, to gain certainty in the nature of your mind is quite difficult. Many people meditate. There are many people who meditate, but not so many who gain this certainty. So how do we gain this certainty in the view? It is something that the way to gain certainty is through yourself. You have to gain certainty in it through your own practice, and that's the only way. So you meditate, and as you meditate, sometimes there comes a state where there's not a single thought. There's just this completely empty and clear state. So there's nothing there in the mind, and you are lucidly aware. And sometimes, just naturally, there is this feeling of you know that this is the nature of the mind. And when there's not a single thought in the mind, there is an experience of great bliss. You feel well. And it is completely clear and completely empty and very light. There's this experience that arises. And at that moment, sometimes just naturally, without any effort involved, there's this moment where you just know, you decide, you have a certain moment of certainty where you know that this is it. You just know that this is the nature of the mind. You have decided it. And sometimes also it arises naturally when you feel devotion to the guru or compassion to sentient beings. Actually, it is said that there are 3 occasions when anyone naturally comes to the nature of the mind. So that is during sexual intercourse, it is during the deep sleep state, and it is during the transference at the time of death. So for example, during when we engage in the practice of the channels, winds, and drops, there's a practice called Tummo. And so through the Tummo practice, a feeling, an experience of great bliss is generated. And that is similar to the bliss experienced in sexual union. And so during that time, we come to the natural state of the mind. And so in either one of those times, when you die, for instance, and you have trained the mind to rest in the natural state with the view, then you will awaken in the view. And that is why we train now by remembering this the moment you wake up from sleeping. So the moment you wake up from sleeping, if you're instantly resting within the view, then also later after you have died, you will awaken within that state of abiding in the view. And then it is just like space dissolving into space. Then death is nothing more but space dissolving into space. And that being the case, then there is actually no transference. There is no one who transfers and nowhere to transfer to. There is no more duality. of something that is visualized or one is going somewhere and so on. You just rest within the natural state of the mind. And then you actually don't need a generation stage. You don't really need a separate Phowa. You just rest within the state of Mahamudra that you have trained in previously. So the empty nature of the mind, from emptiness comes the Dharmakaya, from bliss comes the Sambhogakaya, from clarity comes the Nirmanakaya. Yesterday we said Milarepa had taught it that way. And when you train in that, it will happen naturally. And then just naturally, effortlessly, the Sambhogakaya and Nirmanakaya and Phowa arise. And then Dharmakaya Phowa arises. And that arises through training the mind in resting within the view. So first you have to recognize, gain certainty in the nature of your mind, and then you have to continue on in it. And then that leads to the Dharmakaya Phowa. So what's important here is the way, how to gain certainty in the view, the nature of the mind. And so that is explained, for example, in the Dzogchen teachings, or also in the Mahamudra teachings. In Dzogchen, for example, it says, it is something that you have to decide upon. You have to gain certainty through your own experience, and it is nothing that anyone else can say. So therefore, in Dzogchen, therefore, it says that it is nothing that comes from the pith instructions in the scriptures, and it is nothing that comes from any word that you hear, but it is the primordial awareness comes from the mind itself, the space of mind itself. And so this is how basically one gains certainty in that according to the Dzogchen path. But in brief, it is something that no one else can tell you, and you can't tell it really to anyone else. You can't really decisively say it's this or it's not this. And that's why it is said to be inexpressible, being beyond words and thoughts. It cannot really be expressed in words to anybody else. So this is how you should understand it.
그래서 다들 저들 사치 장면 제일 제바에 그 제만을 배송돼 오 다들로 또 맞춰서는 그래 안 대통령 거래 강리 노마니를 죽었당 사라지를 죽고 대왕이를 놓고 송들이 대설가도 송들이 또 말을 죽으려서 사실 것으로 사운 생축으로 산대요래 대통령고 말이 들이켜도 대통 잡았지 들이라고 따에 다 죽음을 베니 대통 잡았지 송들이 다 소막하시를 좋아들 가시 대통령에 납득이요 은혜 대사를 대서 서주야도 엄마랑 따와를 대통령에 리더도 말 대다오랑랑 이치 대통 잡았지 들이다 따에 다 죽어서 대다오 다 죽고 가다 되는 통람게 되봤다 들이 터요래 통람게 되봤자 터블라 들이 다 시보람 포화될 들이 산지다니 다 죽고 그랬더니 세부세는 방어되도 요래 통람게 되봐 마서빠지 보람 포화 맞대서 저도 통람게 되봐 마서빠졌다 고도 사초 생배 베게다 파트마도 용어만 통람게 되봐 터블들이 제게 다 십지에서 그저 산지에 살아고 어떻게 요래 들이 되게 다시 들리셔
And so also this is related to the practice of Mahamudra, and also what we just mentioned, the teachings by Milarepa before when we meditate, know how we experience a bliss, clarity and emptiness. But what happens even though we meditate, then after we meditate again, doubts arise in our mind, doubts regarding emptiness and so on arise in the mind. So we have said that from emptiness arises the Dharmakaya, and from clarity arises the Nirmanakaya, and from bliss arises the Sambhogakaya. So these are related to the experiences of bliss, clarity, and non-conceptuality. And now these are all qualities that are complete within the mind, like seeds, the seeds of the Buddha's 3 kayas. And actually, because they are inherent within our own mind, there's no need to doubt this in any way, because it's your true nature. It is said that when you separate, when you free yourself from all doubts, that is when you will gain certainty in the view. Therefore, free yourself of all doubts. Often when disciples come to ask questions, there are actually quite a few who are able to say, I have no doubts. I have no doubts with regard to the view. Some people really are able to respond that way. And if I would ask them, and they have gained a certainty, they trust in themselves, their own experience. So they are free of doubts. And when you're free of doubt, then you will gain certainty in the view. And those who have gained complete certainty have attained the path of seeing. And it is said that once one has attained that path of seeing, that is actually the time where it is suitable to practice Phowa on behalf of somebody who has died. And actually the way it happens is that somebody who has attained the path of seeing really practices Phowa only from the space of the view, the nature of the mind. So it happens from mind to mind. The being to be liberated is guided from mind to mind. So they are brought to, the mind is bringing mind to liberation. So it is said that, however, until one has gained the path of seeing, that one should not practice Phowa on behalf of somebody else. And until then, one should train in the relative bodhicitta. And until then, it happens more gradually. So through bodhicitta, we gradually benefit sentient beings. But those who have attained the path of seeing, they actually are able to establish sentient beings in the state of awakening in a single instant. Anyways, Dharma friends, Dashi Delek.
Everybody Swangate, Tajakala Jote, Tabjedri, Lola, Dashi Delek.
Everyone who has joined the live stream, long life and Dashi Delek.
Sanjo Senjo Rinpoche March Bana Je Banya Ba Me Ba Yang Ole Gong De Be
Thank you, Rinpoche. Tuji Sedang. Dashi Delek.
Rinpoche, we would like to offer this kata to you from all of us in your vast mandala. I don't think any student that attended the empowerment and the profound teachings could ever express the depth of our gratitude. Thank you. Truly, this is an unprecedented year, has given us all a moment to pause and just remember how fragile this life is. This time in our world is an opportunity to feel the deep suffering of change and impermanence. May the teaching of this weekend be our guide and support for others and ourselves to relieve the suffering in this world and beyond. I'd like to thank Khenpo for your teachings in developing this program. The outpouring for these teachings was beyond any expectation that we could have imagined. We registered 2,200 people, and we had 1,700 people attend in 3 different Zoom rooms. I also want to express our deep and sincere thanks to all the translators, Rocco, for Chinese, who had 1,400 students in his Zoom room, to Yan Fin, who helped and supported that, to Sophia, Susu, Jay, Alex, and many others in many languages that participated. A deep appreciation to GBI to Christina, Billy, and the team there, the lamas, and of course for Ina's profound translation. And this would definitely not have been possible without the support of our sister Sanghas, the Vancouver Center, Marilyn, Michelle, Raul, and Daniela, and to Lance and the Dharmasuriya team. They worked tirelessly to bring this program to fruition. And to all that attended from near and far, may these teachings penetrate our mind streams, bringing immeasurable benefit to all beings in this life and to the next. Be well and safe.
But Devi, Tashi Dele,
I'm just happy to see you, Debbie.
long la.
Debbie, she's Rinpoche Kim, Tana Kasang Wan Nayan, Tering Kachin Nayan, Tini, and so the Samgi Mikapa, and so in a Shukte Tama, Pache, Tig Lab Matupa, Garden Chambo, Yoris, and Tini Tela Tene, things Sangi to Latini, tumbling and Yoris, things and Latini, Tonel de la Tene, Tini, and so Metapa, Tini, Gurva Rangshin, this Hako Yore, Tini. Even so, Rinpoche Garchen de la Tene de la Donner Samasea la Tini Mulam Ova so Gagiin and Tini Tamala Mototiche Shugutos Khenpo la Tini Tini Gachagin Shunken Sama Tinala Miniton Nipia Kitogap song. Teni konso di tinda bogo zoom yore wat achaki khamba dabo achaki khamba som yore tinala michikton tingya sho yore teni pena kikyo rokho ya ki yore teni khong shungkhen tinala michikton shipya yore teni khona yansen khona roba ya yore teni kirikpe mambo yore teni orosuki Spanish ki inchikiti kikyo samala tuti ches teni sukachin chozotik roba ya Christina Billy la sopote lo matama tutti ches teni di Vancouver ki chozo kontropa ma gamna yang tina serem totope wa mare teni Dharmasuriya chozo yang ti konso kale ta thangche ge me ba konso tela kala gya yoris teni tenzo mi samala tutti ches teni tama shunken teni tachana na shunken samala tutti ches teni da moche gi gache tama tenzo nganso sem dan sem chen tamje gi sem chap Shapashok, teni tela tene semchen tamche dipsi la teni pentoya ateki on gyo shows.
Thank you. Lola.
Thank you, Rinpoche. Thank you, everyone.
Lola.
David, thank you very much. The organize all this program, lead the program. So I have some update program. This Tuesday, Wednesday, 7 p.m. East Coast time. We have a Phowa practice and teaching. So anyone wanted to join, please welcome. And also I want to update the program is this coming Saturday, Sunday. So we are in the sharing the absolute truth Manjushri teaching. So we have Saturday, Sunday, both days that teaching. Thank you very much, everyone. Tashi Delay, long life, Rinpoche.
Thank you.